till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go.
Way to their first champs qualification if they stay in this form, and Longshim looking to break up that momentum. Ascent going to be the first.
So welcome back, guys, to a brand new Watch Party stream.
Team is looking at Nongshim's
आज जी का मैच है, फिर से जी का मैच है। जिनको पता नहीं, जी है भाई इंडिया का टीम और पैसिफिक में वैलोरेंट खेल रही है और जीत रही है, और चैंपियंस के लिए पॉइंट्स चाहिए क्वालिफिकेशन। ए ऑटोमैट
They need to really just survive through this ascent.
हम बराबर आ रहे हैं ना,
Strong throughout this series, but
ठीक है।
steal a win here. All of a sudden, this series flips on
And similarly for GE, I felt like they had a fair bit of success actually with the Yoru implementation up against Full Sense. I thought that was quite a good look for them, so I don't mind the fact. I think it's just a straightforward pick of Ascent, looking at Nongshim's weakness and their recent strength.
मेरी जान
quite a lot recently, and like in the past few days, but bringing up the agent comps right now.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
This is some changes for Nongshim role-wise. They kept the exact same comp.
All good.
Francis is on the Omen. X-Ross back onto the Info Unit, and
चलो
RP
पहला
will play the
मैच
Jet. It's been a little while since we've seen RP on that duelist.
सेम
role.
कॉम
Know that
पिछली
it's
बार जो
something he's capable
जी
of,
खेला
and
था
they're gonna
और
start out on
सामने
the
तो
attacking
भाई
side. They had a 9-3 attack with
Dambi
this
है,
comp
Dambi।
with people shuffled around
RB
the different
Jet
roles up against Gen G. So they picked the
बहुत
attacking side and
कुछ
allowed
नया
them
होने
to
वाला है।
start on defense, where they had some really nice retakes in their game against Full Sense.
Yeah, it was
नया
disciplined,
होने
it
वाला
was smart. Look for Autumn to get this operator rolling and those scoped weapons. That's where he's at his best with Yoru.
Ooh, Nongshim with a little bit of that callback with a duelist, with RB on the duelist. I am excited to see it. I'm excited to get this match started. We are heading into Ascent first. We're gonna toss it on over to our casters, Achilles, and somebody who is not paper thin. It's some elfish guy.
What year is it?
2026.
It's not 2021. It's not 2020.
No.
Is this first strike?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What
it's not.
is this? This is a blast from the past. RB is playing Jet. This is something that I haven't seen in years.
I mean, it could be in response to the fact that Nongshim have not exactly been having the greatest of starts to this split. Things have been a little bit awkward. They've been changing those roles around a little bit. We've seen Extros on the duelist. We've seen Francis on the duelist. Now it's RB's turn to see if they can maybe make that work. Hopefully something can turn Nongshim's season around.
Yeah, okay. So I see why they're doing this. Whether or not it's going to be a good thing, we'll have to just wait and see. Obviously, I mean, RB in his own right, very capable of fragging. I think that's not the biggest concern here. It's more about the shifting around of everybody else's roles that I have some pause with. Francis moving over to Omen, you know, Extros going back over to the Initiator. That's where I kind of have the most concern. But if we follow the trail of breadcrumbs, we can get to a solution here, which is basically they say, okay, we're playing Ascent. We therefore need a Jet. Extros can't play Jet. Dambi has tried to play Jet and it hasn't gone super well. Who do we have? Oh, RB, hey, you used to main this thing. Let's have you do it.
Let's see how it goes. I mean, there's certainly a lot that needs to be done for Nongshim as they didn't have the greatest of starts last week. 0-2 out of week 1. They come into week 2 with quite a job at hand to try to recover this split, and they're going to try and do it. Kicking things off here against GE, who, by the way, did start very well last week and even earlier on this week. On this map, I must say, too, sent Autumn back onto that Yoru. He looked fantastic against Full Sense right here. If he can back that up again today, it is going to be a tough day at the office for Nongshim, and they might be starting 0-3 in Split 2.
It should be very brutal, not just for the team, but also for the fans here. Spurring them on. You can see right there, last played Jet 2022.
There you go.
In July.
Well,
so we are 4 years off the last day.
It's surely like riding a bike, isn't it? You just pick it back up, you get back on, no worries.
Yeah, there's definitely no intricate movement and micro, and
you just got to pedal.
Well, let's see if he's going to be able to hold on. As it looks like Nongshim maybe anticipating a bit of a mid-push. It's kind of been the flavor here in Pacific when it comes to Ascent, that opening pistol.
Yes.
No crunch to be seen. Said Global, they're stacking up here at B lobby. They're ready for this trap. Does Nongshim fall into it is the question.
A bit more of a forward hold. It certainly seems as though Nongshim are headed in that direction. It's going to be a difficult one to get past, particularly if that paranoia from Patman does connect.
Well, there's that first contact. Hasn't needed it yet. Now will be sent flying. Tuck in behind the box. Extros and Francis trying to stay in cover, but Autumn able to find a kill. Extros peels back one. RB will get taken down, and this is a very good trap sprung here. Is Ivy now going to be found in mid as well?
Yeah, brilliant start for GE. Exactly as you'd like it to go. As soon as those players come around the corner, that first kill goes the way of GE. Because they have so many players there, then they're able to continue trading that down easily and effectively. And not much chance for Nongshim unless they win this exact duel right here. Even then, you sort of have those numbers that can sort of stabilize the situation. And good shot hit by Autumn, and at that point, Patman and Harvey starting to come in and reinforce as well. So Easy does it for GE on the pistol. Good read.
Very well set up now. Just complete pivot. Now they have the A side stacked. Is it Yutan? Jump spot. Question is, Francis, has he seen Autumn there at Wine? Patman at the ready, and oh, Yutan just pre-firing the angle to find Dambi. RB will be able to get one, but much more able to be found here as Extros just staying tucked into the corner. Ivy once again going on a walkabout, trying to see if he can get anything done, but it's the last one standing, and he's going to be caught from the left-hand side as Crystal, okay, well, plants his feet, clean shot. Survives the health, and overall, pretty clean anti-eco.
I needed that headshot to survive. You'll take it as GE, that's for sure. I think the good signs obviously for GE already. Patman, who might have started slowly last week, had a much better performance earlier on this week. He seems to be on the board early. Autumn as well, very happy to make these aggressive moves on the Yoru that we saw him having so much success with in that game against Full Sense as well on the defense. So
guys, give me just
early days, but pieces looking pretty good so far for GE. Always nice to see Yudatan fragging early as well.
Patman calling for a judge. He's got it in hand. He's going to look to try to ruin their day.
I'm not sure that he's going to really be too proactive with that, though. He's holding by a tree. You can't push any further with that judge. Don't really want to be holding middle at a long range with a weapon like that one. So he'll probably just stay put for the moment, maybe come pivoting back over to A if there is anything spotted out by Autumn. who does have that gate crash available to get out. He'll probably have a little bit of look here.
Well, trying to bait this peek. And we'll now have that suspicion confirmed, but also know that he's going to have that quick little exit, so we'll take the gate crash over to relative safety, and I think he's going to re-wrap over to Heaven. Meanwhile, Nongshim re-wrapping towards B. It's been quiet on this front here for Ivy. Drone just now coming through. He'll look to clear that out, and overall, that's not going to be a ton of info gained for Global.
No, but they still have quite a bit of space. Nongshim didn't really clear out A main. That's now been re-cleared by GE, so they get that early information, and as a result, Autumn is already back on his way to B.
Yeah, double check over to main off the back of that paranoia sense, so now they're starting to get the key information that they need. As up and over, slide through the nanos, shrugging off that damage for now. Still having to make their way forward into this site, and Crystal, well, he's going to be able to draw first blood. RB struck down. Push coming in. Crystal looking for a second there from Boats. Will end up falling. Autumn going to be caught as well, but Javi still here playing it silently now. Striking! Gets himself a second. Yutan gets a piece of the action, and that's just going to be Francis dead. Bonus is converted. And uh-oh, Global Esports still looking good.
I mean, they're looking great, aren't they? They are just reading this game to perfection. They have their players where they need them to be. They're making the moves at the right times. They're getting that info outside of A main, like we highlighted. Autumn very quick over to the B site, but what's also more important is that was a really well-played round by Harvey, just sitting back in that boat shed. You're not necessarily expecting that double up as Nongshim. And so he bides his time so nicely, gets that crucial kill. Yudotan picks off of that as well. And together, they close that site. So everything working perfectly in tandem right now for GE.
A little bit of a half investment here. It's going to be rough around the edges for Nongshim. So let's listen in and see what the comps sound like as they try to pull off a thrifty here in round number 4.
확인.
레디.
투박을 한다.
수박 치고 망사.
준이 애들
하나, 둘, 셋. 헤븐, 헤븐, 제트 헤븐.
자, 막샷. 해븐들. 리테인 듯. 하나 더. 해븐 하나 더. 조심. 아울로. 갖다 숨어 있어라.
해븐들.
조심해.
나 스모크 안 돼. 15초야. 빠를게.
해븐들.
해븐
나
안
슛만
나오게
볼게.
빨아서 봐.
나 슛만 볼게.
해븐 안 나오게 빨아서 싸워. 나 왼쪽도 아까 볼게. 나 젠나카봄.
물수박은 있고.
나 스모크 3초.
슛만 본다 얘들아.
해븐 벌렸는데.
Off to a very good start. Just RB. Casualty on the entry. 3 more players to try to get there to make this thrifty go. One weapon being recovered. The drop down Crystal going to be taken out of the equation, and Autumn cannot find anything else. It's going to be a thrifty pulled off here as Xros gets the 3K and Nongshim get on the board.
Yeah, a little bit awkward for GE. The initial defense on A just not quite going their way, and when you inevitably are having to push all together from the same line, it is going to get a little bit awkward at that point. You thought when Yudotan picks that kill up, you're like, okay, well, this round is pretty much over, but 2 headshots from 2 different sheriffs. Ivy and Xros getting the crucial kills in the round, and at that point, yeah, just a flood back in. You're all coming from one angle. It's a little bit too easy for Nongshim to cover. They've retrieved a couple of weapons there as well. So a bit of a mishap, but for GE, they'll look at that and hope that it's just going to be a small speed bump.
Yeah, I want that just to be a minor blip here. As Knives are going to be out, it's going to be Autumn taking that first blood there as Dambi's going to be struck down. RB still looking for the entry, dashes in, but Francis is able to find Patman. Oh, still out into the open though. Now Autumn finds the kill, immediately puts the mask on. 5 health on the exit. Skate crash as well. He doesn't have a real exit strategy here, just has to push back into A main, give up the space, and maybe try to get something done here from main now.
All he has to do is be annoying. He can get himself one or even draw some attention away, but with Crystal falling now, he has a bit more of a responsibility.
Time to jump. Needs to try to make something happen. Attempted gate crash to the corner.
Would be bold.
He also very easily wall banged through that box, so maybe just a fake and then a swing on it. Trying to see if he could bait them. Yeah, will just be that fake going through. They spot it out though, know that he's still going to be a main, even though they still haven't been able to take him down. Xros now will find it. Ivy on a rewrap. Javi, none the wiser, will just have to try to back away and hold on to this Odin. So it's going to be a second round built up here for Nongshim.
Yeah, the difficulty there with Crystal going down is it kind of feels like then the onus goes on to Autumn to be the one to kind of push the issue back into the site. You don't really have the ability as the guy coming through from heaven to really have that much impact.
He's found him.
Harvey will go down. And obviously Autumn was on 5 HP, so there's really only so much that he can do. Nongshim, nice resurgence. 2 rounds in a row off the back of the thrifty. GE's money starting to get a little bit lower here. And the initial setup, again, looked pretty good for GE, but 2 quick trades through from Nongshim. They roll their way over that site. That, I think, was the crucial kill in my mind. Crystal losing that duel makes that retake so much harder for GE.
짜증나 이석이 죽잖아 자.
Apparently Nongshim's pretty happy with things.
Yeah, a little bit of Moribang going on there. Vibe starting to pick up. Maybe just needing to find that footing here. Like you said, get back on the bike, shake off the rust a little bit. We'll see, though. I mean, still very good opportunity for them to more than rescue this half. I mean, they are going to be starting from that attacker's side, so we'd expect that Global is going to come out on top once we do hit that halftime break. But Domby dead. Another key early advantage in the hands of Global. See if that can translate into a round win on their own half bye.
Hefty defense over towards B, and remember, Autumn can come across pretty quickly as well. There are some upgraded weapons. Rifle here for Crystal.
Oh, that's a dink on RB. Down 10 health, he's still able to find one, but the trade back is going to be good as Autumn gets himself a second, and now suddenly it is just Ivy. Left standing in a 1v3.
Crystal's just got to survive for now, try and provide time for that rotate to come across. This is a good force from GE.
Tap of the door, they know that he hasn't evacuated the area. Paranoia going to be sent flying, the peek in, spots them all out. There's just no way to try to get this planted. He has to take the fight to them. And as he tries, Yudatan will strike him down. So Global Esports not quite a thrifty, but damn near close. We'll stop Nongshim in the tracks.
Yep. It's a nice recovery from GE. Things got a little bit awkward, a little bit messy in the mid there, but responded quite nicely. Crucial kill again from Crystal, tasked with that Phantom in hand as well. He had to have some kind of impact. Autumn continues to be impressive here on Ascent. This is fast becoming, I would say, his best map of the split so far. He's looking very, very comfortable on the Yoru. I wouldn't be too surprised if we started to see that a little bit more from GE the deeper we go into this split as well.
Oh. Is that a whiff? It didn't actually get the ping reveal on the Autumn, I don't think.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, bit off on that dart. Thanks, Ross. It's been a little while since he's been playing Sova, I suppose. Now, Patman could absolutely wreck the day, and yep, just hot shot through. X-Ross going to be struck down, and they get out scot-free. Not a lick of damage going to be suffered at all here on the Global Esports side of things.
Nongshim are just so tentative to go around that corner. They know there's multiple players there, so in the end, decide to slow things down. But you're still going to have to push your way in at some point, and it's a slow progression from Nongshim rather than a committed hit this time around. They do take that tree control. They got a little bit of space in mid here as well. Danby starting to work the angles. GE hunting for info. It might be Autumn's job now on A to make a bit of a push and see what he can see. For now, just calling to the team, there's nothing here. You can rotate off, and again, GE set up pretty well for this hold.
Spotted out RB. Here's the approach coming through. Danby trying to lead the charge. Javi on that peak, just trying to play in. Crystal tucked in behind the box, and he will be able to find himself his second kill.
Spot down, B.
Just not fast enough reactions from Nongshim, but Ivy very snappy on that one. The pace out, has to tuck back around the corner, 24 health.
I must wait.
Clear the camera. This puts a lot more pressure on RB's shoulders.
I mean, Ivy's stuck. There's nowhere for him to go. They're going to try and dig him out.
Breaking the door, and RB falling makes that a catastrophe. Clean retake here from Global.
I have to say, GE are really playing a fantastic game on a fundamental level. You know, this is nothing too fancy necessarily from them. You don't see any individuals kind of popping off, winning clutches, anything like that. But just the way that they're holding the sites and playing off of each other, that early fight taken from Boatshed, it sort of opens the door up a little bit for the 2K to come in from the site. GE are playing off of each other really, really nicely. Looking very comfortable. This was a little bit fortunate, but a nice sort of heads-up play. And Crystal's only able to do that because I think it was Harvey at the backside that had already taken the contact. They're a little bit concerned, preoccupied with where Harvey is. And then Crystal gets the easy 2K. So the setups are looking great from GE. They're hitting the shots that they should be hitting. They're up 5-2 right now. And yeah, it's not looking great for Nongshim. We had high hopes for RB coming onto this jet, and so far that has not been delivered upon.
No, not at all. Although, in his own right, does have 3. Danby has really been the one struggling here so far. A couple early, somewhat unlucky picks on himself, but needs to start getting activated now as Ivy. There's the neural depth reveal, and knows that he doesn't want to re-swing that corner.
100%.
Play this back. Paranoia ends up going out wide. Haven't completely missing the mark on that one, and Ivy will be able to collect. Clone to lead the way. This double phase going to be going in, and Ivy nearly... I thought he was going to be able to find that reset. Either way, he has bought an immense amount of time and space for the rest of the team to get that spike planted. And for the 2 remaining players on Global, this is fairly unassailable. You've got cash. You can absolutely try to put a dent in them, but Damby's went away from an overdrive. X-Ross not too far from having that Hunter's Fury online, so giving them the charge, probably not worth the risk.
I agree. It's an impossible retake, you'd think. Give that one up. I mean, you'd put that down to just a bit of individual brilliance from Ivy, really. He gets the 3K in that round. First kill, he pops that neural theft. And so, I'm not sure that that's going to be something that Nongshim can take too much heart in just yet. Particularly if they lose a couple more guns on the way out here.
That one you're allowed to lose out on. That was just RB with the knives. Downbeat wanting this kill onto Autumn, trying to get that operator out, make sure that he has to rebuy it, but won't quite be able to displace Autumn. He gets tucked in. Gun going to be saved. It's a third round found here for Nongshim, and a little bit more damage dealt.
Yeah. Not necessarily going to be a replicable round, though. It's just big individual stuff from Ivy. Good kill to start things on Yutatan, and then, as you said, Patman just caught a little bit unawares, and a third nice and clean from Ivy as GE tried to salvage that round, but kind of ran into a brick wall. So we have Yutatan with the overdrive here. Not Yutatan, Danby, I should say. We'll see what comes from that for Nongshim.
All the while, though, Extros getting closer to this next Hunter's Fury. It would be a second one built up, but man, how does Autumn get out of there?
I think team's going to have to be really prepared for GE on this ascent. They are looking fantastic on this map, particularly Autumn on the Yoru.
Another pot shot out, but it's going to be RB. Eliminated his hobby. Finds that kill. TP going to be burned. Downbeat on the peak. Is able to find Autumn and Crystal. Gets himself a third, and okay. Seems like he might have just woken up a bit.
Yeah, Danby just got a little bit too much space.
Spike planted.
Door's open.
Camera set up, cheeky little spot there in the mid.
Yeah.
It heard the footsteps, I'm sure, as well. They knew that approach was going to be coming in, but that second little added layer of protection, now a tripwire on this market exit. Downbeat, that's a little bit of an overheat. Doesn't quite have to go for that one, but well, Ivy's here to pick up the pieces. But now into a 1v2. Patman, he's going to like his odds on this.
Certainly will. Try and get a bit more space with that dark cover. Hasn't seen either of these two players just yet. Has no idea exactly where they are. Ivy drops now into the 1v1.
He can't be given these opportunities. There's no shock darts, but he just doesn't really have the time. Hold the half the swing to come in! And he's got it. He's absolutely got it. Nongshim handing over the keys to the kingdom in a Red Bull clutch into the hands of Patman. Because they overheat, they overpeak.
There is no way he should be getting away with that. I mean, it was looking pretty grim. Danby gets an insane 3K to get into the site for Nongshim, and then brilliance from Patman again. So cool in the clutch. You would think it's impossible. And there was really nothing given to him necessarily. I mean, Ivy going down there, sure, could have he played a little bit safer maybe, but I don't think there was any massive mistakes really made by Nongshim in that 2v1. It's just Patman doing what he does.
It should have never gotten to that point, but also,
true,
you could just stay tucked, wait for a tap of the spike, then activate, then start moving together, rather than allowing him to get these isolated picks. That should have been an unlosable round for Nongshim.
Could be a very losable round. In fact, actually, for Nongshim here.
Well, he's trying to make that judge go, and will be Yutatan able to find the one, but now Javi out with the Hunter's Fury, cleans up Danby, the duelist is dead. Paranoia is sent over towards Cat. Ross will be able to find the one, but he's completely blinded up, and Patman will just run him down. Swap over to the gun. It's a right click across. Ivy down to 30. Now, very much similar scenario for Nongshim, where it feels like this should be impossible, and it would take a hell of a lot for Global to end up surrendering this one over.
Spike down.
Nice on the shot from Autumn. Cleans up Ivy, and he very much has a bead on where Francis is coming from. That drone will confirm the info, and another easy 2K for Autumn. GE are powering through this first half.
And now here's my big question. As the timer continues to tick, not this previous round, the one before that, the one that Nongshim absolutely should have had done, that they squandered, we still have not seen a timeout call. Just last week, I watched Silkenon call a timeout after they lost a pistol. How is there no intervention after a massive overheat round? Like the one we saw 2 rounds ago. Maybe they just really believe in this defender side. But I feel like they absolutely need everything they can get from this attack.
Yeah, you certainly have to be pretty confident in your second half, your second map even potentially at this point as well for Nongshim, because this is starting to look a bit like a foregone conclusion. That's
clean from Ivy.
Nice kill from Ivy.
They're all left out again. It's a solid start for them, and Dami able to find Yutatan before the door gets shut, so okay. Can they close this is the question. Patman's still standing and Dombey now dead. Gets us back into a 3v3, mind you. There is still a lockdown available and the spike is stranded in market.
Yeah, that's not a good place for it to be. Quite difficult to actually retrieve. The drone's going to find it as well. Patman! Oh, he almost does it all on the site alone. Spike's retrieved.
Ooh, the reveal. That's more damage going to be found. Ivy is down to 14 health. And again, Crystal, he's just been tabling this lockdown. He hasn't needed to invest this at all.
Nongshim just pausing, hoping to draw GE into their crosshairs. Eventually they're going to have to make a move.
Ivy's going to change up the position. He's going to try to see if he can catch them off guard, make them think and hope that they believe that both players are playing there within the site. But lockdown now going to be invested. Big reveal onto Francis, tags through the wall.
Where do you go?
You have to go forward. It's the only recourse. There's nothing else to do. You have to try to swing that corner, but Javi will have him dead from market. The Odin will be carried over. It's an 8th round for Global Esports. And as they go into the last round of the half, Nongshim again just don't have much money.
Yeah, and the fundamentals also, again, just far too good for GE. They are so cool, calm, and collected. They seem to be so in sync, no matter what the situation is. Clutches, comfortable, 2v2s, comfortable. Even when they lose the opening pick or two, the recovery is great. This from Danby causing a couple of issues, but I think it was that kill from downtown from Harvey that really changed the way this round actually played out. That was the one that caught the spike in market. Had they had it in the 3-on-3, Nongshim might have been able to walk their way into that B site, get a quicker plan, and put that time pressure back on GE, but they had to go on a bit of a recovery mission first.
It's a 3v5 at its peak.
Indeed.
And now you're going into the last round of this half. Half armors abound, the operator's still in hand, the Odin's still there. Dimensional drift. I mean, X-Ross needs to find something with his Hunter's Fury. It feels like as Patman, are you sticking that? X-Ross is not watching for it.
Oh.
And there goes your ult. The one you had, the one that he had just built up, it's gone. And for a second, it looked like Patman was going to be able to get so much more.
Still, it is causing such a ruckus for Nongshim that it's kind of eaten away at about a minute's worth of their time to play this round. Not to mention, like you said, the Hunter's Fury out of the picture as well, so you're limiting the resources of Nongshim. If they can even find themselves a plan here, they're going straight into the setup in mid.
Yikes. Quick peek, the kill, the knives out, Yonatan finding himself in second. And I think it's time to stick a fork in this, at least for the half, because this is donezo. Dami maybe could try to make me eat my words, but nope, he is blinded up, absolutely screwed, and it's going to be 9-3. Global Esports well out in front.
Yeah, 100%. This change-up from Nongshim has not worked. We'll maybe get to see whether or not RB has some more success on the defense on that jet, but by and large, this whole half was really dominated by GE. I think there was a couple of rounds in there as well where you'd look at it and say Nongshim probably could have won maybe 2 more. They were in advantageous positions a couple of times that they really did let slip, and that has cost them dramatically with that scoreline.
Yeah, at least 2 rounds.
Yes.
Colossally tossed.
Yep.
So this absolutely could have been a 7-5.
You can't afford that, especially like at this level, right? You know, I think you say, okay, we're only in week 2, right? We've got time to kind of come back into this split, and you know, there's a changed up format this time around, but let's be real, you're going to be 0-3 right now after 2 weeks of play. It cannot be a good time to be in the Nongshim camp, right? That's going to be a mental breaker. On the other hand, you're obviously potentially giving these championship points over to a team like GE, who is, by the way, right on your heels. So I think this is the worst case scenario, really, for Nongshim. Early days, obviously, in this game, but if it continues the way that it has so far, GE are going to walk away with a win, and they're going to walk away with a 3-0 start to the season, and all the momentum that comes with that as well.
I mean, coming into this, Nongshim was already kind of handicapped a little bit because of just the map draft alone. They've been perma-banning the Summit, especially after what Global showed.
Sure.
On Summit, you have to continue to ban that, but that just allows for Global to be like, okay, well, you've been looking pretty rough on Ascent, so we just pick that, and it should be pretty much a guaranteed map win. But then Nongshim still continue to try to change up the roles here. It feels like we're back in stage 1, where, you know, Yoru just gotten nerfed. They were trying
to figure things out.
You know, yeah, Danby on Phoenix, putting him out there and having Francis play Neon. It feels like we're kind of back to that, but it doesn't need to be that way. I think if they just stuck with the comps that they had been running and just shored those up, you'd be finding a lot more success compared to what we're seeing at the moment.
Well, unfortunately, you're not in the coaching booth for Nongshim.
Could do. It's like a 20-second walk. It's got to go down the stairs.
Yeah. I don't know how the language barrier would go. I mean, you've got a bit of
Korean
under your
well, I mean, I think I could get through.
Yeah.
Eagle, this comp, Suregi.
I have no idea what that means,
I'm
but...
trying out. It means trash.
Okay.
Not liking it so far.
Yeah, fair enough. GE trying to make their entry into B here.
Okay. Well, Xros able to find himself a second and third now. It's like maybe they can just find this pistol as Autumn running out of bullets. Turns over to the side, cleans up Ivy, and now gets it down into a 1v1. Xros low on health. Fakes a TP. Xros not really buying it. Now has it confirmed. The swing, the reset, and Autumn gets it done.
Xros ran out of bullets, and Autumn at that point, he knew he had it. 10 and 3. GE can do no wrong on Ascent. Another clutch goes their way. That was just an all-out brawl on B, and you thought for a second maybe Nongshim have the numbers. They actually did have the numbers. They had all the players over to B. There was a pre-rotate. They were ready for that, and yet GE still somehow find a way to come away with the win. It's that clean kill onto Ivy that Autumn gets that actually makes that possible. If he has to use any more bullets, he might be in trouble there, but in the end, he's provided enough space by that quick kill that he can reset and win the 1v1 to close that round out, and frankly, maybe close this map out too.
And I mean, I know that you are playing from the defender side, and this isn't a map point for Global, but sure, oh my god, jump scare. Javi still able to find the one, but Autumn just leaving him to his own devices. Jumps out of there, meanwhile Ivy just able to find the one kill. But I was going to say, I'm still shocked that I don't see a force buy here from Nongshim, given the deficit.
Yeah, I think it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, really. There's not really the right choice per se. Plan's going to go down. Xros and Francis obviously will try to put something together here. And it's not impossible with some sharp shooting, but the lines are long, and you've got a couple of Sharpies on the other side of that. Crystal will fall, but Batman and Autumn do not. And it's a bit of a foregone conclusion. So 11-3, GE claim that round. Nongshim, of course, here do have money for the buy now because they don't buy in that previous round. But essentially what you're asking for them is now 10 in a row. And that is a pretty tough offer.
It rarely happens. It has happened, it can happen, but it rarely happens.
One enemy remaining.
Run backs like that, about as rare as a 13-0. Shoutouts to crew. But 19-7-1, I mean, Autumn has just been, it's just been dumpstering.
It's the same thing as we saw earlier on in the week. You know, I think he's really thrown down the gauntlet for GE's opponents going forward to say, beware of what we can do on Ascent. And honestly, I'd love to see him on this Yoro a little bit more because it seems like he's just so comfortable on it.
Dash back, RB having to give up that space. Well, down B, okay. Scale forward, over at tree. So Yudatan's going to be contained into the corner, and this looks like a good anti-bonus. Surely.
Last player standing.
Yeah, look, not really too much put into that round by GE. They're kind of just deciding, you know what, we're going to try and walk our way forward, aim dual Nongshim, see what we can do around tree. You're not really seeing much of the attacking side there. They've still kind of kept that in the back pocket.
Yeah.
So it's just a bit of a testing round to see how easily can we actually get through Nongshim today. The answer is, you know, you do actually have to dig a little bit deeper than that, but I think it's worth a try, particularly when you're up 11-3 as GE, just to see what you can get away with.
Well, Crystal with the Sheriff might still be good for at least a kill here, but trying to break this high-low.
One would be a dream here.
I mean, hey, if he gets it done.
30 seconds left.
Smattering of damage. RB down to a one-tap range, but okay, Francis around the back out from main. We'll be able to catch him. A flawless, exactly what Nongshim need if they are going to try to run this back 10 in a row.
9 now. So with each passing round, it theoretically gets a little bit easier. Nice opening duel from Danby. And he got a couple there as well with the backup of Francis. So overall, these Nongshim guys can still shoot when they get given the right opportunity. But I suspect what GE is going to have for us on this attack is not really going to give them such easy rounds going forward.
Danby is trying to keep the energy flowing here for the team.
It's a tough ask.
7 rounds up, Global Esports. Another full buy behind this. Let's see if they can push this up to match point, or Nongshim going to be able to get themselves a 5th.
I need to take spike from me.
Blinded.
Let's just go B, I think. Let's just use it on B. Okay.
Omen jet guys, Omen jet A.
Let me look this one, please. Can you guys go B? I think you ulti from mid, kill. Oh yeah,
Just
push
short,
your TP,
just
just shoot your TP, just do the simple B. Okay. Let me fake A also. I use one small, just smoke CT, okay? You just go market, okay? This all.
1 HP, 1 HP.
Oh shit.
Oh no, minus 80, 3 mid, 3 mid. Cypher B, Cypher should be B.
Let me just fight them. I cannot smoke you boys, I just smoke market, okay?
Yuratan able to find RB with that headshot. It wasn't quite 1 HP as the call out had said, but with that Vandal, will be able to make it so. Javi now, last one standing.
One enemy remaining.
Trying to fight his way out of this one. It's down to 45, but he manages to isolate this into a 1v1.
He's got that fast rotate as well. He is going to beat Ivy to the side. Should be able to get a plant down here. Oh, he's going for an open plant. That could be awkward. We'll hear Ivy.
Yeah, here's it. Has to get off of it there for now. Recon to the back, tuck forward into the cage. Ivy just waiting this one as the drone will come through. The drop down, just trying to collect it. Oh, and he's just down, whittled away to 5 HP.
Oh,
but Ivy!
I mean, how do they keep getting away with it? GE cannot keep getting away with every single clutch of the game.
It's another one that should be done. That is insanity that he manages to win that out. And unfortunately, Ivy's going to be kicking himself, but he's been doing so much to try to keep this team afloat.
Yeah, I mean, he got the crucial kill, by the way. We got, during the listen in there, Autumn was sort of wrapping into that B side, I think, with the dimensional drift, but Ivy knocked him over. Had that kill gone the other way, that's an easy round for GE. In the end, it comes down to the clutch. It doesn't matter. Ivy still drops it, so 12-4. Nongshim are getting obliterated right now on Ascent.
I guess when Crystal said 1 HP, he was telling Javi 1 HP is all you need. You've got this. Cover going out. The extra 4 was just a bonus, but okay. Early damage found again. Crystal tagged to 14, but I'm
speechless.
I feel like I just can't even count these as advantages found.
No.
Until the round is over and it's in the hands of Nongshim, Global Esports are winning as far as I'm concerned.
Potential push into the A site here brewing, although looks like GE are on their way out. That drone and the gate crash. Fake. A lot of mid-control established for Nongshim. All it would take for them is to maybe catch one of these players on the cross, but Extros isn't that far progressed. RB's now having a bit of a look. Harvey needs to be careful here. Oh, you can't be losing that duel as Ivy.
RB needing to deliver more than just the one that he was able to find. Extros to that Hunter's Fury, empty-handed, but does manage to redraw the weapon, cleaning up a kill onto Yuratan. 2v3 with a spike not yet brought forward. As Francis strays to the smoke, and now the time is going to be gone. Face in, that's the round done and dusted, unless Patman can kill them both in the blink of an eye, but Extros can just stay tucked away. Francis will find him on that swing, and okay, Nongshim stay afloat for now.
I wasn't really prepared to call a spade there just yet for Nongshim, because I thought maybe there's still a chance Patman could get this done. We've seen stranger things in this game. 12-5 though. A little bit of a fumble from GE. This looked like it was a done thing, but that kill through the smoke into B main, dropping the spike. It's kind of just bad luck really there for Autumn. Good spam, you know, good intuition from Francis, but on another day, maybe those shots don't hit. So not a concern necessarily just yet for GE. 12-5 scoreline. They've still got a lot of time to close this out, but they will be taking a save in this round. See if maybe Yuratan can have an impact with that Blade Storm.
If he took that tailwind forward, it would have been right into one of the trips.
Yeah.
Still 2 situated here to try to get that catch. TP pass for the 1. Shots ringing out. Francis giving away his position, but still able to find a second as Hobby will get taken down. Just catching that stray. Meanwhile, slide forward. They knew exactly where Patman had ended up, and they managed to flush him out. So, looking like they're very easily going to avoid giving over the Trinity this time around. Crystal will still do well to find the 1, but not much more for Autumn to do but to swing out and die.
See if he could get something done before that, but in the end, happy to seal his fate. 12-6, Nongshim. You know, doing a little better, I suppose, in this second half, but it's really not enough to get too excited about just yet. This is a game that sort of feels like it's in a holding pattern until we get to such a point where Nongshim realistically do feel like they can make this retake or recovery happen, or until, obviously, GE do eventually close this out.
Timeout.
Wow, they do exist.
Apparently.
But strangely enough, it's Global Esports,
yeah.
of course, who are calling the first time out. Platoon just wanting to bring this map to its end.
Fair enough, I think. You know, you've had your fun, you've had your opportunity as GE to try to close this out as a 5 without necessarily having any input from the coach, but let's try to nip this in the bud before it gets too outrageous. Look at this as GE and say, we've still got a lot of time to close this game out, but we saw what happened yesterday to Paper X. Let's not have the same thing happen to us.
Couple claps there. Platoon just trying to keep the boys jazzed up. Still a very comfortable lead. Take 6 more in a row for Nongshim to get this into overtime. The moment still feels unthinkable. Going into this though, a lot of half armors, 4 players, 2 halves, 2 regions. So if RB can get that outlaw online yet again, this could be pretty brutal.
Patient early setup from both teams. A little bit of movement happening over towards B main for Nongshim. GE are also playing, I mean, a very reserved style in this round, hoping to see anything from Nongshim early on. So we'll get a little bit of a slower round out here, which I almost think might play in the hands of GE. Given that, you know, a few of these rounds they've been losing some opening duels. There's been quite a number of sort of chaotic early to mid rounds. If they get a full 5-on-5 take on the A side here with a 2-on-5, how does that go? You'd think GE might just have enough to bust their way through, but they have a couple of trips to get past once again.
Leaning into the weaker stack. One going to be cleared out. X-Ross at the ready with that recon as the paranoia comes through. It's going to be that drop down, point blank though, and Yudotan winning the fight as Hunter's Fury there at Ivy flushes him out into the open. Patman's able to find it.
Yeah, this might be over now. 3v5 for a retake here for Nongshim. That overdrive surely has to come through here for Danby. He's going to try with the Phantom initially, but taken down. Francis for 2.
Lockdown now going to be invested, but Patman now with a 3rd. RB having to do it all, and he just can't get off the starting point. 4K for Patman, and the round close out, as well as the map for Global Esports. 13-6.
Yeah, and they're not even excited about it, which I don't think they necessarily need to be, right? That was a foregone conclusion for quite a while. I mean, they know they've still got a bit of a job to do here for the second map as well. But yeah, a little bit too easy, I think I have to say there for GE. Patman had a great day, Autumn had a great day, and then you had a pretty decent cameo in there as well from Yudotan, who I think kind of flew under the radar a little bit, but still put up 17 kills in that map. So overall, everything working to perfection for GE, and it feels like Nongshim, I think by and large, it didn't really feel as though they turned up in the server. There was a couple around there where maybe Danby had his moments. You had a couple of decent holds on the defensive half, but you know, no timeouts, questionable couple of clutches going the opposite direction. Where was Nongshim?
Yeah, I mean, so much of that first half was just hesitation, timidness from the team that is so normally going to be running at you and getting in your face. We were not seeing that at all. I felt like Nongshim was very much playing scared, playing with hesitation, not just trusting in their own abilities. And I think a lot of that has to do with these massive role changes that they decided to undertake. And frankly, I think if we're going to be seeing that carrying over into Breeze, if they decide to have the same thing, it's like, okay, we need to have a jet online for that map. So RB, you're still playing it. I think it's going to be very rough tidings and maybe a very early exit from the evening here at the studio for Nongshim Red Force. Global Esports, they've clearly showed up prepared. They've showed up heated up. And yeah, they now have the upper hand. We'll see what happens when we get over to that Breeze. But for now, we'll send things over to the analyst desk to break down the action.
That is right. This could be over a lot sooner than we anticipated. 13-6 is the scoreline. GE takes this very, very quickly.
They are in just such sick form right now. Honestly, like this is the best. This stage in particular is the best that GE have ever looked. Like honestly, this team is looking phenomenal.
I mean, they're looking fantastic. They're yet to drop a map here. Absolutely dominated Nongshim. But I mean, you have to ask the question of what's going on inside Nongshim, because this is horrendous. It's not even close to good. If they can't get a summit together, they're going to be starting every series 0-1. I think Ascent is just not looking good, especially this defensive side. They've shown 3 different looks on it now, and just nothing. I'm not convinced by anything they're putting together.
There's a lot to unpack here in this map, and we're gonna get deep into it, especially that gentleman over there on the Jet, which many years ago, this was a sight to behold, but we're gonna dig into that a little bit later. First off, though, we have to really commend how far GE has come. The mistakes that they were making over at kickoff are nowhere to be seen today. They've managed to work through all of these things to make them into one of the scariest teams here in Pacific, and certainly their defense is among the best in Pacific, if not the best.
I mean, the Ascent defense against Full Sense is something that we already praised in terms of the rotation timings, in terms of both the Jet and the Yoru being able to find opening kills. It felt like that whole first half, GE either had opening kills or 3 players on the right side with flood potential against a Nongshim that was always behind in terms of the rotation game, quite honestly. They were way too slow keeping the info game honest, and this is what I talk about. Look at that beautiful mid-round push there for GE. You see they execute into the site for Nongshim, and GE already have 3 on that site, and they're ready to flood straight back on in to win the bonus.
I mean, it's perfect. They have 2 people in backside for the B hit. This is the goal of the macro here. They just had to read every single round. I think the mid-rounding is fantastic here from Harvey. It's clearly a map he understands well, and they were just a leg up on Nongshim in every occasion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here's another perfect example of it. Nongshim is trying to work that map control. Catwalk peek comes in from Yuditan. You get the opening kill. You're already up 5v4, and the rotations are perfect. You've already got the flood out market from Autumn. The other players are rotating from the other side of the map. It just feels like GE were always on top of them.
And it just feels like that hive mind that Nongshim had at the very beginning of this year, even in last year, it's just nowhere to be seen at this moment. You can just tell that what they used to do just does not work with what they're trying to even do. It just doesn't seem like anything's clicking.
They're lost. They're lost on this map. And to be lost on Ascent is crazy. Everyone in the world knows how to play this map. It's been here for such a long time, but you can't be getting out macroed like that.
But historically, it's a map they used to avoid. It's a map they didn't play. When they originally went and qualified for Pacific, they used to ban it, and they even ran like a bit of a Troll Harbor comp because it's not something that they played regionally. So, I mean, I know we're throwing it a long way back, but honestly, Nongshim as a team and the core of this team has always had a bit of a weird relationship with this map. They found some success on it with like the Viper Neon comp for a little while. But yeah, I think the whole conversation around Nongshim, it's not the case nowadays, but the conversation around Nongshim used to be, Dabby can only play Neon, and Ascent is not a Neon map. Nowadays it is, but back then it was just like, nah, that doesn't work, bro.
Well, speaking about things from a long way back, we had a sighting that we haven't seen since 2022. RB on the Jet. The last time we saw this was in Masters Copenhagen.
We wanted to point this out in the content. Buzz is gassing him up. You're a superstar, bro. You were the Korean 10s. They put him on the Jet. I think he started to believe some of that, unfortunately, and maybe that was a mistake.
Look, 10's retires, guys. Like, I mean,
we might be heading in that direction, honestly. I'm a little bit worried, bro.
I don't know what's going through their brains to think putting RB back on Jet is a good idea. Yes, he could do it back in the day, but the game was so different back in 2022. That's when he last played it.
Sometimes you still believe. Sometimes it's like, you know, you still believe that you can do things that were a long time ago, Morgan.
I was sick. It's like the armchair, armchair dad in NFL. It was like, yeah, man, I used to play quarterback.
I would have made it. I had an injury in the knee. But I can't understand it because they have X-Ross, who I felt he was fitting that second duelist role so well. This is also a Phoenix map. Why can't we play Phoenix on this map? I think this is so much instability within the team where they don't know if they're coming or going. I think it really shows to me that they can't find a true answer if you're having to try RB back on the Jet. It makes me so scared for Breeze now. This is their own pick. Breeze is also a strong Jet map. I don't want to see them do it again. I'd much rather see the Neon Phoenix. Let RB be a support player. He grew into that role so well.
Morgan's advocating for Neon Phoenix on the desk. We've surely lost that much.
Anything but what they just did.
I don't know. I'm really uneasy about this. Even though, like, seeing RB on the Jet was like, oh, hey, flashback to whenever, but there was a reason why, you know, he left that, you know, when the world needed him most, he vanished.
Okay, okay.
But
time for Nongshim Copium. I'm a Nongshim picker.
Okay.
Time for Nongshim Copium. Since the last stage, they have played Breeze 7 times against Pacific teams, including GE, that they beat them on this map in the EWC qualifier, and international teams. They are 6-1, guys. If there's a map Nongshim should beat anybody in Pacific on, this is that map.
I do think also we have a big question mark on the side of GE. Breeze was a map that they were actively picking before. Going into London with this Sage comp, they looked very, very strong.
Full Sense lost to XLG, right?
Yeah.
And this was with this Chamber kind of neon Sage comp. They played this comp for so long, though. They were playing this comp back in Ho Chi Minh, so I almost feel like it might be time for a new comp for GE. What do you think?
I mean, I liked the Sage. I thought they understood how to play it. I really liked Javi on it. And I think into this Neon Phoenix, this is where it's at its best. You know, we saw them bring out this comp. The first time we saw it was against Nongshim. And we thought, hey, was this a deliberate counter? So I would love to see them stick with that because it worked so well before.
I still think, though, that even if they do change up the comp, Breeze is a map that GE are comfortable with. Javi is clearly comfortable with it. And this is so important, especially for the IGL. It's such a big map. So I think that no matter what comp they're on, it's going to be something that these players can easily adapt to. Nongshim, on the other hand, I'm not sure if the team is entirely in sync, and that's what scares me the most about this going into the second map.
Yeah, it did not look like it on Ascent. I mean, that's a map they've struggled on, though. Breeze should be well drilled. They've got a fantastic win rate on this map. They need to do some serious soul searching. Like, we need the leadership of Nongshim to turn this ship around. The coaching staff. We need these veteran players. Like, RP needs to completely flip his performance. We need Francis doing the IGLing to be able to do a good job here on Breeze because they're 0-2 down in this group. 0-1 down against GE in this series, an opponent that they played a lot of close series against. And if they just get blown out of the water 2-0, yes, GE are in phenomenal form, but we're getting further and further and further away from Nongshim's kickoff and Santiago run, and I'm starting to get concerned.
This is a team that needs Champions points. It's so important for them, or they could miss out on the biggest tournament of the year. Can they turn this series around right now on their own map pick of Breeze? Taking a look at the compositions, yes, thank you. So much better. Dami on the Neon, X-Ross supporting him on that Phoenix. I'll be back onto the smokes on that Harbor. This is what they've shown before. This is where they were getting the wins.
This is where GE, we've been talking about their role swap since the coaching staff change and, you know, kind of discussing who's going to play what. Harvey on the Omen. No more Sage in the comp. This is going to be a different look that Nongshim is going to have to adapt against. And Autumn, instead of on the Chamber, will be on that Vito. We've talked about in this current meta the choice between Vito and Chamber. And Vito plays very well into this Neon Phoenix comp as well at times, especially if you get a good timing on the Interceptor. And we'll see if Autumn on this defense first, especially, or on the defensive side rather, can create some opportunities for GE.
Well, maybe. I mean, changes all around, changes for the better, that remains to be seen, right? Hopefully, this Neon Phoenix, as much requested by Big Time here, will do some good on the side of Nongshim.
It's the lesser of two evils.
You can see how resigned Big Time is right now, and changes on the side of Global Esports. We'll see if this means that they can close this one out, or if Nongshim begin their comeback now. We're gonna toss it over to Achilles and Elfish.
Okay, well, we've avoided a potential catastrophe back onto the same comps here on Breeze that Nongshim haven't been running, because the RB Jet, it was fun. It was fun in you know, in the thoughts, but when we got into practice, kind of bad.
Sure.
It was like a nice little bottle of wine that you set on the shelf for 4 years, you finally popped it open, and you're like, oh, this has turned to vinegar.
Yeah.
So, didn't really hold up too well. They pivot back, they go to what has been more comfortable for them, what has been working on this map. Global Esports also changes for themselves.
Yeah, it's true, but I mean, for Global Esports, another comfortable map. We've seen them on Breeze quite a lot. You saw the stats there. They have a pretty reasonable win rate on it, so I think it's still going to be an uphill battle for Nongshim with the form that GE are looking in today. That said, I do think that Ascent map probably could have been a little bit closer had Nongshim converted on the rounds, which they should have. It might have even gone maybe double digits, so let's not count Nongshim out just yet. So GE begin their campaign in an attempt for a 2-0 today. It's not a great start. RB with some tags through the smoke gets the better of Yudo-tan, and now GE are down a man.
RB will be able to find X-Ross, but RB with a second. Smoke's eliminated. Make this a bit more difficult for them. Just that Viper Wall to really try to have any scale forward onto the A site, but and really even try to lean in that direction.
It's going to be slow progress in the rest of this round for GE. Walking their way toward A main, hoping they can find a duel against Ivy. It's probably not going to happen. This is a pretty impossible line to win a duel on. It's more of an info gathering line for Ivy. Pixel line
He needs to back up a hell of a lot faster than he is, though.
That's surprising, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a slow creep back. It was a delayed reaction on the initial shot as well.
Now Patman's out on the site. Hobby's been heard.
30 seconds left.
Gun barrel going to be spotted, and they have enough of a distraction, so RB will be able to collect that third kill. Crystal down to 2, will fall, and Nongshim will get themselves their first pistol of this series.
Yeah, scary for a moment there for Nongshim, though, to be fair, when GE was walking their way onto the side. Okay, anything could really happen here. RB, nice 3-0 start to this map. We had our criticisms on that first map when he was on the jet, but if he can come back alive here, Nongshim could still be in the conversation.
Well, they don't squander this one here.
Oh.
Seeing, in addition to the round 4 thrifties, a hell of a lot of anti-ecos getting dropped across all the regions. There's a jump out through that smoke, and well, Uton, he's able to find X-Ross.
Yeah, wants to pick the pace up, but slowed down by the relay bolt.
Spray and pray. Francis rewarded as well, dash in. Tambi able to find the hip fire. Does take a good amount of damage himself, down to 11, but the rest of the team should have him covered as Tambi fishing for that pick. Will eventually be able to find it, rather. As that'll be Patman dead, and okay, one casualty. All the key weapons going to be carried over. Just the Marshal left on the floor. Nongshim get the 2-0.
Yeah, you got a plan there. Something for GE. I thought maybe Patman might get one more on the back end. Could have brightened the day a little for GE to start the map off, but not the end of the world. Gun round yet to come. This will be the big one for GE. To have a bit of a better idea of what they're going to bring to the table on this attack. Pretty easy hold, particularly with that spam through from Francis to bring about the second kill. Once you get to a 3v5, it tends to feel really quite comfortable. You have a lot of coverage still with those 5 players rotating over to the same side. So solid stuff from Nongshim. Let's see what we get here, though, in the bonus round.
Right here.
Let's see if they can try to get this Phoenix activated. It's been very slow to start. Strauss to find too much, so not in that ideal position where you would be having that ultimate online going into the bonus. TP the corner. Meanwhile, okay. Strauss with the critical kill.
Yeah, Dambi was looking for it as well. Crystal here with a shock dart. Ooh, under a bit of pressure. Dambi wants to go forward and be on the offensive. In the end, we'll just collect the Vandal.
So that gun, RP going to be taken down. Patman able to find an opening, but now they have to try to push forward into this B site. And Ivy, he is re-wrapping out towards window.
Got to be quick, though, because Nongshim are on the move.
He hasn't made enough noise. That's the head spotted. They ping him out. Meanwhile, though, Patman going to be taken down. And now, rather than go through the window, I mean, they know where he's at, but they're still giving him an opportunity. They managed to win the fight. A little bit of damage going to be suffered the dash forward, though, and Uton taken down. So now it's just spike in hand contained here at main. High-low setup. And okay, Nongshim Red Force, they'll get a bonus conversion of their own.
Nongshim are looking much more comfortable already here on Breeze. Well, Rubber the Green is not going the way of GE anymore. These opening picks, I didn't think that was necessarily a bad attempt from Patman, but perhaps would have liked to have seen a double swing there in main. He's going to go for a dry peek like that, have someone else swing from the other side as well. At least then you can go 1 for 1. And GE maybe just feeling it a little bit too much off the back of that first map, thinking, okay, we can just roll over Nongshim here, but need to see a little better from GE if they want to close this out 2-0 today.
Well, look, we listened in the Nongshim. In the previous map, they were able to get a thrifty in round 4, so I'm going to try to offer that over to Global Esports as well and see if they can very much do the same. So they try to bring these Sheriffs and Bandit to bear. Let's see if they can take down Nongshim.
They shoot through smoke, so they don't know. They shoot through smoke from side.
Guys, I do a tight wall,
okay? Guys, they will drone right now. Ready?
Okay, ready?
I drone.
I have flash left side, I have flash left.
Backside, two, Harbor Rosa, Harbor Rosa.
I flash mid side then.
Harbor backside.
Oh, sorry, you do. Harbor left side, guys.
Okay, I go with Yudo.
Oh, he's behind the box, behind the box.
I got stun Yudo, I cannot pick.
One enemy remaining.
Boy, he's close. And yeah.
Well, NT there, but it's a flawless for Nongshim. Not allowing for that thrifty to come through, so 4-0 to start. Global now back into another bye.
Yeah, look, I mean, sometimes not much you can do in a round like that one. There was a bit of an idea, obviously, from Crystal there to see if he could get the troops in, but as soon as you don't get the entry in a round like this, it becomes very, very difficult to recover as the team that is running around with pistols. So every second you delay, the rotation's coming through. That means there's an extra 2 or 3 players on that side to provide even further angle coverage. So another flawless out from Nongshim, and it has been flawless in the second map thus far. 4-0. Extros getting confident, it would seem, wants to play close towards A main. In the end, pushed away by that dark cover. Slow start to this round, which GE might appreciate. Haven't really been given the opportunity to just take map control without some kind of harassment happening. And even here, they've only got so much. It is only that A main position. Nothing really explored toward middle, nothing over towards B, really. Taking their time about this attacking side, GE.
I'm out of here.
Nowhere to run! For the split. I'm just here and try to open things up, but Extros, he can't hold the door. Autumn just pushes forward. Will finally be finished off as Francis does manage to find the one, but Downey now dead. A-side severely weakened up as near side just come through. RB able to find that kill on the Patman, but Francis now fallen. 2v3. Nongshim on the back foot as RB swings the corner. Javi's dead.
Yuratan was not spotted on the cross, though. I don't think they're going to expect him that deep in the site.
I don't know if Crystal's going to be ready for this. He's looking on the angle, though. So it seems like he has a decent read, but I still trained forward. Swing in, okay. Gets it done. Keeps himself protected, and RB none the wiser.
Yeah, they had no idea where Yuratan was. He was really in a strong position. It's easy to overlook. You would have thought he was playing back towards main, maybe over to the right side there. Instead, he was on the left. And GE have their first round of the map. It's early days, obviously, but it is something to build off of.
That's a big one to be found, because you did have that Hunter's Fury invested, so kind of needed to be able to get it off the ground, but you also do get that reckoning out of RB. So some added benefits here sprinkled in for Global Esports, but still a little bit more costly than they would like.
Yeah, it's still hanging in the balance as well for GE. You can't just win this one round and then go on to lose the next one or two, because the circumstances don't change too much. GE now need to find a way to put a bit of pressure back onto Nongshim, and it might be Autumn with the op that will do so.
He's on the move with the wall raised, allowing him to try to get onto a little bit of a deeper angle, but Autumn's trained in.
That's crazy, because that is a defensive Ivy wall. Danby knows when that's going down. Autumn does not.
He just doesn't know where Autumn's going to be. He puts himself out. It's just a little bit too much exposure. Cannot nail the hospital flick. So, we advantage again to the hands of Global Esports as Crystal, he's going to be the one having that passed over as Autumn will take up the Vandal.
Patman off angle, not going to work out for him. No backup, no coverage there from the rest of the team. So nice, intelligent mid-round push from Nongshim brings this back to a 4-on-4.
Really good re-clear for them.
GE will respond by trying to clear out the A side. And it looks like Harvey's going to be able to port in deep as well, which will be a headache for Nongshim.
Did they register where Javi had TP too? Ultimately now, it doesn't really matter. They could have fanned out to this position anyway. Hunter's Fury going to be called in. Does interrupt that plan. Yuratan taking that first pulse, manages to dodge out the remainders, and Extros now on the floor as Autumn will be able to find that kill. It's a 3v4 now.
Harvey trying to get
still
tricky.
trained in at mid with that operator. There's the push out. Ooh, whipped the shot, but RB spotted and he can't find a punish. Francis, however, will be able to scale in, finds himself one. RB gets another. Yuratan going to be taken down. Autumn, the heal coming in from the evolution, pushes him back up to 100. But Crystal here, this is such a thorn in their side, so Kova has to be called in to try to block off that vision. He's looking to try to scale past it again. The off shot going to be going wide. Looking for the timing is on him. He ends up losing his life. Tap to defuse the spot out. RB toughens him up, sees the gun barrel, gets the 4K. And Nongshim stop Global Esports from beginning to run this back.
Yeah, you're exactly right in what you're saying, that position from Crystal was a real problem for Nongshim. That cove, perfect. It forces Autumn to push his way forward. He actually doesn't have to do anything there if Crystal is holding that line, because the info is there. You only swing if the shot comes through, but in the end, it's now kind of Autumn isolated on the site. He feels like he has to make a play. He thinks he has to push, and he does, and he kind of runs into an awkward fight in the end. And obviously at that point, I mean, it's pretty much round over. There's really nothing Crystal can do here. He tries to jump spot. Ends up going down, and things not exactly going to plan here for Global Esports. So time to get a bit of an earlier timeout from Platoon, which we really didn't see at all in the first half from Nongshim. So let's see how much of an impact GE's coaching staff can have in trying to turn this half back on its head.
Called one to close out the previous map. Ended up working there. See if it can be very much the same for them to try to find another round win. Because they do seem to have quite a bit of recovery, it feels like, already in this half. Rough on that attacker's side. I have to suspect that they wanted to get the Sova into a deeper post-plant position, utilize the shock darts, so therefore Crystal gets the operator, but certainly a little bit less ideal compared to having Autumn just maintain control of that op. Is going to be a lot more reliable with it, as shout outs to our lovely cosplayers. You ever done cosplay?
I have. Do you want to have a guess at what I cosplayed? It wasn't a Valorant character. This was well back in the day.
Is it a game or
a TV show?
TV show?
TV show.
I'll have to mull that over.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think if I tell you, you'll go, oh, that makes sense.
Here. See if I can suss it out. For now, back to come in. Hero Vandal, but okay. Well, Zombie with the op, able to find Patman. Knives are whiffing. Francis is not. Yubaton dead. It seems like they try to get the Thrifty over the line. Not to be. There could be some pretty critical turnarounds here in this round, but yeah, that's not going to happen. On a 1v5 ace certainly would be impressive, but doesn't seem like it's in the cards.
Yeah, Yutatan was really the key to victory there for GE, and certainly had the opportunity with the Bladestorm to get something done. Got a number of those knives off, but just not connecting, and so there's no punching power for GE to get into that site. Another flawless. This half is starting to look a little bit too easy for Nongshim, and we may be getting a repeat of map 1 to map 2, but the roles are reversed. It is GE now that are getting beaten up a little bit in the server, and even off the back of that timeout, having no success. My question will be whether or not the timeout discussion was for that Thrifty, or whether it was for this round here. Guns in hand. GE have to make this work.
Spot of the shoulder. Right there. Just back away, but RB wise to this mid scaling. Drone to chase forward, see what it can spot out. We'll just catch Patman, but doesn't let them realize how far forward Javi has gotten. Did he catch a glimpse? Javi certainly did see RB, but I don't think the ladder had been spotted, but Tommy just finding a very nice time to slot in at nest.
Yeah, timing.
Yeah, another opening pick for Nongshim, making matters worse for GE. Yutatan. This is really a 50-50 fight for him. It probably doesn't go his way in the end with the Guardian. Francis gets the better of him. Just an awkward one in the end for Yutatan, and that makes, again, matters a little worse for GE as they're now down to a 3-on-5. They do have some territory in mid, but that pre-rotate over towards B is going to be reinforcing the site nicely, and Danby's just making no mistake right now with the op in hand.
Kevin just didn't have enough to try to get that headshot in cleanly, so does dink him and take him down low, but hasn't been able to finish the job. And yeah, we'll just run him down. It's going to be back-to-back flawlesses here for Nongshim, now up 7-1. And if you're global, if you're platoon, you're probably considering having to call that second timeout already, maybe ahead of the next buy, but this has not been going your way whatsoever.
Yeah. GE are really struggling to find the opening fights, and not only that, but even in the duels. Like, even if it's just a 50-50 duel, they don't seem to be closing those out to the extent that they should be. So that's making matters worse. Scoreline 7-1. Nongshim are looking supremely confident at the moment, and just nothing working for GE. They can't take space comfortably. They can't win fights.
I mean, 13-2 for RB, 11-1 for Francis. Need X-Ross to do a little bit more. He's on my build there, so.
Yeah. I think your build diff is a bit of a curse, to be fair.
Yeah, they didn't give me my points from yesterday. By the way, robbery. Either way. Coming out with the Outlaw, trying to find the quick and easy shutdown, but Javi TPing over to No Man's Land, but Pat and Yutatan able to find a couple kills.
No more pit.
Trying to keep this competitive. Meanwhile, X-Ross is looking for that second, but Crystal will be able to peel one back, but RB still alive, still looking to thrive. The blind is in, Yutatan's dead. 8-1, the pain shall continue.
Yes, GE starting to have to think about sunset maybe, because there ain't no sunrise right here on Breeze for them right now. They are just getting walloped. This was a good attempt, I will say. Nice little port there from Harvey, kind of throws the aim off. The swing comes through. The spacing was nice for GE, but just at the back end there, that wave strolling through the site, making it a little too easy for RB to isolate these duels, and then Yutatan might not have even seen what was coming. So, 8-1, Nongshim on top, and they're going to go aggressive into A.
This just feels like we flipped a switch here. Polar opposite performances from both of these teams. As Global Esports going to be contained, Huntersphere going to be hauled out, but Okay, Batman able to find the one, but Downbeat cleans up a kill on Autumn. Now he's contained back over towards door. Look at that, just run him down. It will be RB pushing his way back in as Extros from backside. Gets himself another kill. Will make his exit, but not before he finds Javi. Gets that follow-up kill right before the ult expires. RB's got the finisher. It is 9-1.
I mean, this is just such a non-event for GE, isn't it? Like, it's crazy. They can go from doing this to Nongshim on Ascent to now having it done back to them on Breeze. It is a complete tale of two maps. It sets us up for a nice finish on Sunset if we ultimately do get there. I think that's obviously where we're headed right now, but these rounds are not even close. GE are getting slaughtered. Which is, you know, it's kind of a little bit refreshing to see Nongshim have a decent map here and there, because their season so far has been pretty rough. I really thought they were going to get rolled here 2-0 after seeing that first map, but credit to Nongshim for the recovery.
I don't know how he's even gotten that one. It was such a delayed reaction from Dombi, but it'll end up being a 2 for 2. As Yuta-san going to be spotted, the spam, taking him down over 56. Paranoia, Ivy. Oh, he's just eating it. I just didn't want to reposition because of the approach from that tunnel side. Either way, walk forward, kill going to be found. A little bit of damage in. Shock Dart ends up rebounding a bit too deep. Yuta-san will find Francis, and okay, Global looking for that second round win unless X-Ross can do something about it.
I wouldn't be too surprised to see it.
He's got a Blaze Wall, can heal back up.
Big crossfire.
Crystal, though, he's going red, but Crystal will have the headshot. Clean little one tap, and Global, they double up.
I mean, it's something. Obviously going to need this third in the half to have any semblance of anything for GE in the second, plus, of course, the pistol in that second half. Another kind of messy round. GE just sort of thriving in it a little bit more so this time. They get, instead of 2-for-1 trades, they kind of go 2 for 2 in middle there and find those openers over onto B. Ivy, though, I mean, he very nearly recovered from that paranoia in time and maybe could have ended up actually winning that duel, holding that site down. So these little things just working out for GE in round 11, but got to get past one more in this half. Don't have anything to say.
And that's Paranoia out nice and early. Can't find the kill, though. Dash in, attempt on that off shot. Won't be able to find it, but has a backup weapon. We'll just give up that space, so a site going to be claimed here by Global Esports. So they look to make this a 9-3. All of Nongshim, though, able to get recollected. Clustered back up for a swift retake.
This is about as good of a round as we've actually seen for GE. They're in the site. They've got a 5-on-5 post play.
Everyone is alive. Certainly a big boon. Ivy on this approach. Yuta just now making noise. Oh,
Ivy's got the pit now.
That he does. Pitting back in from this position going to be tough, though.
I'll be one away from the wave.
See if he can get into a spot to actually utilize it. As you say, that Reckoning, I think, a lot more of an urgent threat here for Global. Evolution going to be popped, the jump up over the top, and Autumn has run out of bullets. X-Ross able to find the one, finds his second. Francis cleans up Javi, RB dead, but to no matter. X-Ross will find the 3K. The pit will be popped in celebration as Nongshim make it 10-2.
Yeah, got there in the end with the pit, didn't we? But didn't really feel like any of those ultis that were mentioned ever ended up having any kind of an impact. Still 10-2 for Nongshim. Talk about impact. That first half, certainly a resurgence after watching map 1. Ivy, such a clean shot on in, and then thought maybe Autumn might have one of those rounds after getting that pick onto Danby, but couldn't quite make it come together. Nice stuff from X-Ross again, and I think worth highlighting, you know, having him back over onto the duelist seems to have really worked out nicely for Nongshim. RB looking more comfortable, X-Ross looking more comfortable, Nongshim in general looking more comfortable. So maybe what the Dets were saying certainly ringing true here for map 2, and you have to say, I think it's time to start thinking about map 3 because Nongshim surely can't lose it from here.
It's big numbers for RB, big resurgence. Turns out, man's been playing Harbor a lot lately. He's going to be a lot more comfortable compared to playing a Jet from 4 years ago.
Unbelievable.
Hello, boys.
I can't think which character you cosplayed as.
Come back, possible.
For some reason, my brain initially said House, but like
House.
You would have to.
No, I was much younger. I was much younger when I. This was like I was a teenager when I did cosplay. So we're talking like, let's say a Scooby-Doo character.
I think Chamber Comp is better.
obviously.
Well, Fred?
No, I'm flattered. I really am flattered that you think I'm a Fred and not a Shaggy, but it was Shaggy.
Okay, I got you.
किसी को तो step up करना पड़ेगा. क्या कि 6 6 5 5 3.
Just a shocking performance here in a positive way for Nongshim. Glance up, can see the outline of Chober up there on his co-stream setup doing the boaster pose, but I think it's been out of relief this time rather than out of sorrow and despair for the previous map.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's a very winnable series now on both sides. It does have to be said. Who really knows what we're going to get from Sunset? Slow and steady wins the race in the pistol. As far as Nongshim are concerned, a pistol round win here would pretty much win them the map. So they don't want to make a mistake, but GE are being pretty active. Push out of B hasn't seen anything.
Okay, well, Yuratan, he kept his eyes trained on the window, but Ivy's able to find that kill.
The real problem is Harvey has slipped past. So you do lose a player there, but you gain some serious territory.
I mean, Harvey's basically just said, nah, I'm not going to deal with that.
And I think that's the right choice, right? He could make a massive flank happen here.
He's going to hope that he can just try to get in on that back line. At least intercept any rotations, but as we can see, Nongshim, they are just piling forward. They want to get this plant enacted on this side of the map. The approach getting ever closer here from Javi, trying to play it out a little bit more patiently, finds that kill, but now Nongshim reading this one. Dami, however, going to be taken down as well. Damage in the hands of Global Esports. Spotted the one, Patman. Oh, the one-tap clean. RB looking for a little bit more. Will end up getting run over, though, and it's Ivy now on the approach, but the plant is just not going to be for him. The defuse could just be stuck, and he's got no snake pipe to try to interrupt this, so this pistol ends up getting out of the hands of Nongshim very quickly.
All right, how doable really is this for GE? How strong is their defensive half? It's time to find out. Maybe the dream is still alive. It's a grim-looking scoreboard, does have to be said, but this is the way to start to recover it. With the pistol round, they'll need a good, clean anti-eco here, and then a bonus round win as well. But if they can get rolling, if they can start to get those ultis online, maybe. Autumn, I've seen some good stuff from him with the op on this map in the past. So, see a little bit more from Yudotan as well on that jet, 6 and 12. Get a bit more freedom on the defense than you do on the attack.
Looking to try to catch any stray kills that he can get. Quick little dash backs on the Javi, the real reveal there, but he's able to slip the net. Dami now going to be taken down as Autumn arrives over at half wall.
Spike planted.
Check towards tunnel, nothing spotted. Shock darts at the corner. And not to be led by a curveball. Yuratan will just plant his feet, hold his own, cleans it up, and that's going to be a flawless anti-eco for Global Esports.
That's what you want. And to be fair, I think we could say that Nongshim did a little better in the second half of Ascent. Maybe that's GE's turn now to pick up a couple of rounds here, see if they can get some hope going.
Yeah.
That was the easy job. Now they've got to get through the bonus, which will be a little bit tougher. Investment's going to come through here for Nongshim. We'll start to, you know, see Danby get put to work on that Neon, see if he can slide on in, find some space. Shot will be there to back him up. If they can get past this one, they can do it cleanly. We might start to believe, but for now, still feels as though Nongshim are very much in control of this game at the moment.
What's me?
An interceptor. Slow approach here for Nongshim, taking their time. Just waiting out that util.
Don't placed.
Here.
Okay, just set up on the smoke. Just trying to get X-Ross forward, collect that orb in all likelihood. Meanwhile, though, Javi, more of an unorthodox position, top of bricks. Let's see if that ends up going red here. Drone out should be able to spot it.
Okay.
Drew has it confirmed, and oh, well, okay, he gets the one, but he's going to die to the blaze wall.
Not something you see every day. GE forced away from the site for now. Going to have to be happy rather to play the retake.
Okay,
mid-approach, Ivy. Able to stay tucked to your doors, and now the Reckoning going to be online for RB.
He's holding for it, waiting for the perfect time, and it looks like it's going to be a damn good one.
Scale getting ready to come through. There's the wave. The crash across holds them back for now. Is Ivy unable to maintain control of that position now in front of Pyramids. Susceptible. Big scale forward, curveball into the face, and Francis to find the first kill. Yuta will get taken down. Crystal finding one. Ross looking for the cheeky little readjust. Loses his life, but in the end, Nongshim will close out this anti-bonus. 2 players survive.
Yeah. First nail in the coffin for GE on this map. It was a good attempt. Thought with that opening pick on the retake, they might actually be able to make something happen, but just still a little bit too much to do. That wall still up with the wave kind of cutting the site in two, and then RB very comfortable sitting inside of his own util, peeking out on the perfect timing as well.
Love that angle from Francis as well. Just set against the wall enough to get that headshot through the wall bang and also avoid the curveball from his teammate. But Nongshim now looking to try to push this up to map point and extend this to sunset. Let's see if they can get it done as we take a quick little listen in on our first big buy round.
둘 다 넘어가봐. 스모크 해봐. 쓰면 뺑감. 깠어. 전에 한번 붙였다. 뺑 깔게요.
망상 못 가. 야 잡았다.
올려자. 사이트 있다. 드론 봐 천천히 해.
왼쪽 먼저
왼쪽으로 밀어줄게. 기다려. 왼쪽 갈게요. 야 왼쪽 트랩 있다. 찍었어. 가운데 찍었어.
그럼
교전 볼게. 뺑.
1번 있었어. 2번 있었어 얘들아.
I mean, plant in, and I think you have to be considering the save here. Try to play this out. I don't think Extros would have been able to spot them, but how much is that going to matter? We'll have to just wait and see. Ivy's still going to be on this later lurk.
They're looking for it. At least Yuta is.
If he dies, which he will, I think you have to try to abandon this.
It doesn't seem like GE thinks the same, and they're just going to be giving those ulti charges over to Nongshim. Batman gets one, but I mean, really, what can you expect here? He's just going to get picked on the way out. So Francis is now one away from the Hunter's Fury. He picked up all 3 in that post plan. That'll be a nice tool for Nongshim to try to close this map out. You'd presume that he'll probably be the one to get the plant down if it does come for Nongshim.
Very curious. Felt like a pretty obvious 3DX safe scenario there for Global Esports, but maybe just trying to make a miracle happen.
Timeout.
Well, it's going to be the timeout call here from Platoon, perhaps just to rescue the mental and get them ready for that third map.
Yeah, I can't imagine this is anything but, because it really at this point, if you're going to call a timeout here and have anything to say about how can we win this, this half, why would it come at 12-4? Why not come at 10-4? Right?
Yeah.
It surely has to just be, hey, look, guys, we're probably not going to win this map, but we've still got another map in the back pocket. Let's see what we can do here, but don't get too agitated if things don't go our way. Not even really much needed to be said on the Nongshim side of things. Looks like they're taking the opportunity to just have a bit of a rest. I think that's, their prerogative, given they're up 12-4.
Well, if they're going to be able to spark an 8-round run back and take this into overtime and close a 2-0 off of this timeout here, I don't know what I would do, but I'll find them. Props to Global Esports, I suppose. It does feel like it's just a matter of shaking off this loss here, getting ready for that third and final map of the series. Evolution going to be popped nice and early here by Autumn.
Hunter's Fury as well for Francis, who picked up the orb. So Nongshim ready to go.
Ivy doesn't get caught here. I think he slotted just enough against the wall to not be seen. Yeah, Yutan has absolutely no idea, but it absolutely still snap on for the kill. Meanwhile, Autumn, he's going to go on a walkabout, and Ivy doesn't win the fight. Big misstep, but the execute is happening elsewhere as Patman, spotting out that hand, and next Ross will fall. Judge people find some value as Crystal gets himself a second elimination.
Okay.
Now all on Francis. Just trying to collect it, but there's the recon reveal. Yutan finds it, and Global Esports will get themselves a 5th.
Job's not yet done for Nongshim. They're going to have to try again. Money's still there to afford a buy. GE reinvest.
Still one off a pit, though. Haven't been able to find that second kill. You would have that ready to go into that next round. He decides to try to push out into B main to collect that orb and just have that ulti online. Hunter's Fury still just able to be tabled.
doesn't really get any easier for GE from here. They are fighting for their lives. Every single one of these rounds, they have to pretty much put everything in.
GE fighting.
Indeed.
Ivy. Right here. Getting ushered forward. Crystal seemingly having the read, but it's going to be Hobby having the shot. And meanwhile, everything's back over on B. Still not working out so well. It's going to be Francis alone yet again. This time in a 1v4.
Well, that was clean. Blink and you miss it. That was a great round from GE. If they could have a few more like that, then they might start to believe. But the problem is, again, you make one mistake and this game is over. If GE starts in the defensive side, or if they even have maybe 4 or 5 rounds to play with instead of 3, maybe we could make something of this half. But right now, this just feels like it is such a stretch for GE to make this one competitive. I'm not even hating what I'm seeing on the defensive half, you know, I think it's decent enough, but it's so hard to pull back when you've got 0 lives left to play with. So all it takes is someone to lose an aim duel at an awkward time, and then that's the game over. And that just sometimes happens. Buying this time from Nongshim, just that hero rifle for X-Ross, so still kind of trying to play with GE a little bit, but not over-invest. Attention will be turned a little bit more so to the actual gun rounds.
Francis tagged up a bit. Still a drone at the ready. Curious if, off the initial contact, if Patman just moves forward, drops the pit.
Take flight.
Would love to keep it, though. It's just going to be exchanged. Relay pulled towards back of sight, dodged out. Patman having it just tuck away. Blinded up for now is Hunter's Fury is going to be invested into this one. Francis wants to try to bring this to an end right here, right now. X-Ross a little bit lost in the sauce here, spamming away, trying to find that elimination. Won't be able to make it happen, though. And it's a 2-player advantage in the hands of Global Esports. Spike is planted. They're going for the reckoning, but Arby's already dead.
There they are.
Nongshim are sending absolutely everything at this. Wiley, they're coming up fairly empty-handed. Francis down to 35, swings the corner, dead. Ivy now having to do it all.
Snake bite will slow them down a little bit.
They are dangerously low. Paranoia finding nothing to tap. Turn to the side. 1 player dead, has to go for the reload. The double up on the angle. The kill will be there, the defuse will come in. That got very close to going Nongshim's way, but critically it does not, and they invested a ton.
Definitely a little too close for comfort for GE, but they're very happy to get that over the line. Like you say, a lot invested, Hunter's Fury, Reckoning as well. So Nongshim were certainly giving that one their best crack, and unable to get it over the line. It kind of relieves a little bit of pressure, I want to say, for GE. You saw that he had a number of ultis online ready to go.
Oh my god.
And they are certainly giving Platoon a bit of a heart attack as well. But, you know, this is, dare I say it, slowly starting to look doable for GE. Another round or 2, and I might be fully on board. Hit's going to be ripped early for Patman. I think that's a wise decision. You need to have some kind of tempo in this round early on in the piece. And having him drop that pit over towards B just sort of frees up what Crystal can do around the rest of the map.
Paranoia out. Hobby just to reposition. Smattering damage found on the Dambi. Now Francis as well, tagged to 48. Their own pit, however, going to be in play, but I think the spike is just outside of it.
Hard to see on the minimap there, but
it's not in it. Not at all.
No, not at all, yeah.
Okay, maybe a bit of a misfire here. Either way, this now has to have them stay forward. Dambi's going to be taken down as that Hunter's Fury comes in. Yudasan up and over, will eventually be tracked by RB, but Autumn just backfills that space, cleans up another kill. Strauss able to find, however, 2 big ones. Now 1 away from having that run back online. This should be Nongshim getting this over the finish line as Hobby tucks away. Shockdown, however, takes him lower. Ivy on the spam, finds the kill, and pit be damned, seems like they just don't need it. As there's nothing more for Autumn to do. He'll get some kills, nearly closes it out, but it will be X-Ross. Showing up with a 3K to make this a 13-7 in Nongshim's favor. We are going over to Sunset.
Yeah, unfortunately for GE, that did kind of feel like it was an inevitability after the second half. Similar to Nongshim, they did kind of put up a decent effort in that defensive side, but end of the day, you are just never getting away with a 10-2 deficit and sort of putting that one back together unless you have some kind of miracle. So, as we were saying, throughout the majority of that map, it does feel like Sunset is on the cards, and now it has certainly been confirmed. Some good to obviously take away for GE once again.
सबको शट डाउन दिया आता ही कौन से नहीं ठीक है इसके बाद वाला में केस ये मुझे लगता है तो खत्म होने वाला है सेकंड वाला पहला वाला तो सही है Oh my god. Oh.
They've done it before, but Nongshim absolutely had that in the bag. Other than those last few rounds, I mean, they were feeling pretty confident this was a much better Nongshim.
100%. I mean, both RP as well as, I mean, big turnaround from him, as well as Francis really leading the way. I talked about those leadership figures for Nongshim wanting to come online, and I wasn't expecting that to be in the fragging department, but as kind of expected, honestly, of this series, it has to go to 3 maps. We've seen these two teams play each other multiple times recently in a best of 3 and a best of 5, and it always takes every single map to separate these two.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so happy we get to see a sunset. I'm so happy that this isn't a stomp. Nongshim finally woke up. Thank goodness they looked so much better on this map, you do have to say. I think it fits them a lot better. I think that double duelist is nice, but it was really that defender half where they made all that magic happen. I think solid game plans, and GE struggle a little bit on that half, so I think Sunset is something to be excited.
Just say it, Morgan. Just say that it was just RB switching out of the jet.
Thank you, RB! Thank you, RB! It's about time!
It was much better performance for sure, but it wasn't just RB, right? It was all around on the side of Nongshim. On the side of GE, I guess they just like, they lost way too many rounds on their attacking side. The momentum was just too much in favor of Nongshim, that even though they were gaining some ground as they switched over to defense, it was just a little too late, right? And on the side of Nongshim, this was just much better cohesion all around for the team.
Yeah, Nongshim is not a one-speed team, guys. The thing I wanted to highlight was the mid-walkdowns and the mid-round aggression from Nongshim. You'll see this in multiple rounds where this fight, if you look at the clock at the top of your screen, always somewhere like 1 minute 20 to about 50 seconds, they make a push somewhere. There's multiple reasons for this. Of course, GE a bit of a slower style a lot of the time on the attacking side, especially when they pick up the op, when they're playing a veto comp or they're throwing Autumn onto the Yoru or something like that. But also, the thing I want to highlight is Nongshim is playing a harbor, guys. Having your harbor in the middle of the map, it's why you see RB be that elbow player. It's so important because the way that you structure your retakes on this map with the harbor is you want to be able to have him in a position where he can wall across the site and simplify the retake. And when RB's in the middle of the map, it really helps Nongshim to be able to have a much cleaner looking defense as they kind of streamline the rounds from the mid to late round and into the post plants. So I really love the way they played that half. He had a fantastic performance. Not only was he fragging on the harbor, but he was always in a fantastic position to provide the perfect util.
Yeah, RB in the middle of the map, not first on the entry anymore,
Yes!
Morgan.
Look,
he's so happy.
That's the thing, right? My praise has to be as loud as my criticism.
Of course.
Because I know, incredibly disappointed with him map 1, but map 2 so much better from RB. You love to see it. I mean, I feel like he was a multi-kill monster here.
Yeah, and you see a lot of these kills, like I said, happening in the middle of the map. He's always getting in the mix. He's remaining mobile. You see the harbor utility that him and the rest of the team is able to play around. Really controls the flow of the game. The Cove as well, when you're playing a slower round, will offer a lot of support to the teammates to kind of control the tempo and the pace that GE is trying to set on that attacking side. And it just really felt like they were always ahead of whatever the attack wanted to do on Breeze here.
Yeah, you saw it so many times here. GE are having to just fight through these walls when they don't have a real good flash. They're not running that Phoenix for themselves, so definitely a struggle. RB's util perfectly placed, and his gun was firing. This is an incredibly stark difference between map 1 and map 2 here. I don't want to see him ever touch Jet again. That was in the past. That, you know, you had your glory days, but you're growing into a new role now. He's a great support player, so do what you're good at, Opie, please.
I think it kind of links to the wider point of Nongshim stylistically as a team.
Yes.
Every time they tend to kind of take a little bit of a risk with the comps or swap around the roles a little bit to try to find some kind of improvement in form, or maybe they're having a bit of a crisis on a certain map. It doesn't work as well as what they're good at. I think Nongshim very much is the team of the team that's like perfecting 1,000 kicks, you know, like doing the same thing over and over again. We've heard other teams kind of described in that fashion, maybe some of the tier 2 teams and things like that. But I think for Nongshim, what they are best at is playing the same composition and then making small changes, you know, and that's what I was talking about with some of that mid-round aggression as well. Some people see Nongshim as a team that just runs it down every single round. There's a lot more nuance to that. They play around with the timing so well and who's lurking when and who's making plays. So I think that's always very difficult for your opponent to kind of keep pace with and adapt to.
So are you saying that we can file this RB Jet along with the Danby Astra somewhere in the depths of...
Oh my god, the Danby Astra.
Once upon a time.
That hurts me so deeply.
I feel so bad for them that we keep bringing this up.
But it's because it's so memorable when this happens, because it's so uncharacteristic of these kinds of players.
At the same time, you know, you can have all these Nongshim files if that's what you want to call them, but I think X-Ross being on the initiator is something that I heavily question, and then he went plus 30 in a Masters Grand Final. So they have as many wins as they have losses, guys. Yeah, they don't always hit the mark, but they do come up with some absolute fire when you're not expecting it.
Yeah, but should we expect it on Sunset is the question as we head into map number 3 here. We know that this is going to be a full series for sure. I kind of felt like when the first map went by very, very quickly, I was like, okay, come on, guys. This is Nongshim and G. We're expecting something a lot closer. Yeah,
our casters mentioned it before. We saw this already in Stage 2 for GE, and they played that double duelist, the Neon Phoenix, and it looked good. A 13-9 win there with a very strong attacking half. So I don't expect changes for them, but the question is much more for Nongshim.
Well, Nongshim, it says 0 here. That's just in VCT, though. In between the seasons, we saw them actually running double Enid again and running a comp that honestly is a little bit outdated. They were playing Fade Breach. It's something that you used to see a lot on Sunset. It's a comp that you have to kind of coordinate the util well. We've seen even one of the Japanese teams, was it DFM or Zeta? I think it might have been DFM against KRX run that double Enid comp, and it sometimes feels like, especially if you're not an elite double Enid team, if you don't execute that comp well, you can get run over by this fast double duelist meta. So I want to see if Nongshim is going to stick to that, because both of these teams have played a little bit of Sunset in between seasons rather, since it's come back into the map pool, but I can't say that either of them is good or bad necessarily strongly on the map yet. I think they've both had decent results on it.
I mean, for me, I would be down for a mirror here. I feel like G's comp fits Nongshim so perfectly. We just saw what happens in Breeze when you simplify, when you play how you know how to play. I think Neon Phoenix fits the map and it fits Nongshim, so I think keep it chill if you're Nongshim. That's my advice there.
And how is it going to fare against what GE have prepared? Because GE, obviously, like here on the Sunset, it can be very defense-sided as well, and GE's defense just continues to impress everybody all around. So it's just a matter of if Nongshim can be able to adapt that for this particular opponent.
Well, I think it's interesting. I feel like GE, in a lot of their Sunset games in the off-season or in between seasons, whatever you want to call it, as well against RRQ, they've been very slow games. They've been against teams that have that have really taken their time on the map. I wouldn't be surprised if Nongshim doesn't play like that at all and plays a lot more up-tempo. So it's going to be up to GE, if they do run the same comp, to see if they can adapt to that pace. That's the question of every team. I think it's why Nongshim did so well in the recent tournament in between seasons, is because a lot of the international teams were not used to their pacing.
Yeah, and it seems like they are picking things up. Map number 1 was for experimentation. Map number 2, gaining more ground. And map number 3, well...
I have to fight Silkanon. What has he done here? He's put Danby on the Waylay, RB on the Yoru. This is a double duelist of an entirely different flavor. They're cooking up something different here on Sunset.
I mean, these double duelists have big ults, though. These are going to be pretty big on the retake. If they can snowball these ults, you know, the dimensional drift and the conversion pass, they have some really round-winning potential. What I'm keeping an eye on here for Nongshim is the walk-down potential of the refract and the gate crash being active. It's something that GE are going to have to play around, but as I mentioned before, GE are fine playing a slower attacking side.
Oh, we just saw on Breeze, their mid-round aggression was spot on. This is a comp that will let them do that on Sunset, so I want to see them use that to the max.
Well, RB's like, no, I'm not done just yet. I'm gonna run it back. We'll see who takes this map number 3 as we toss it on over to our casters, Achilles and Elfish.
Oh boy, here we go. They're doing it again. The Yoru to come out for RB.
Yeah, and I think Morgan's reaction on the desk was probably the same reaction that you had when that popped up on our screen. So there's some questions to be had.
Yo!
I don't know if I'm sold, but I'm prepared to be proven wrong. Let's see what Nongshim have been cooking here on Sunset. We doubted them going into map 2.
Yeah.
I think it's a mistake to doubt them going into map 3.
Now, so here's the thing. I'm looking at this. I have a bad feeling, but I'm willing to be agnostic about it. Prove me wrong. Show me that this has legs and that it can work. Because if not, I'm going to crash out.
I love a man with an open mind. You know, you can really expand your horizons. You can think about things and see things from different directions, and that's exactly what Nongshim are asking of us, I guess, in this sense.
I think people know I'm very open-minded. But now, mid crunch coming through. RB will be able to find one. Autumn going to be taken down. It's going to be a trade, but now a trade up is Hobby. Will be able to find a second kill, so player disadvantage for Nongshim.
Gonna be
now equalized.
Oh, nice shot from Ivy.
Right before the door can shut.
Spike's going to be tough to retrieve. It's actually not inside of that dark cover. Okay, spotted there as Harvey does recollect it. There's information at least for Nongshim, and they might infer from that that this could be a pivot back over to B. That seems to be what Nongshim are thinking that GE are going to do. GE are indeed heading towards A. So a little pre-rotate there from Extros. It's the split actually from Nongshim, kind of trying to cover their bases. Really just relying now on Extros to have a nice moment here. He needs to get at least one. Ivy's on his way.
Very silent approach.
The read's good from Nongshim. Ivy's close by.
Okay, Extros. Ooh. I was going to say hold the line here.
30 seconds left.
So Prowler has a haunt, but right clicks. Eventually we'll be able to find it, and there you go. And both players, same frame, basically coming up with the goods.
Yeah, really nice.
Get another pistol.
Very good stuff from Extros. He knew what the objective was. He knew the responsibility was just slow this down. You could see he did not commit to those fights. He just gets that right click in, ducks back away, tries to buy as much time as possible because he knows Ivy's going to swing there. And at that point, it is almost assured that Nongshim win it. So just ducking back and forth. Ivy, easy kill for him. Nongshim underway nicely here on map 3. Could it be a dream turned to a nightmare of a game for GE?
Still plenty more to play out. See though, as Cam getting the spot, RB having to back away, remove that dart. Molly from Autumn, not going to be able to find much of a catch here, as Cage is going to be pumped on either side. Another one set up to try to scale forward, but there's that trip. Autumn going to be taken down, and RB still able to scale forward. Gets the hip fire through! Has RB! Okay. There's a part 4. Quick kills there with the Marshall.
RB on the duelist, huh?
I mean, let's be frank. That had nothing to do with him playing Yoru, but...
RB might be the greatest Yoru in the server. He is the only Yoru in the server, to be fair. But,
that is true.
He's still the greatest.
Very clean. And that is huge. Particularly because now you're going to be able to get that dimensional drift online very, very quickly. He's 2 charges away from having that as we go into Nongshim's bonus.
Big stack over on that A site from Nongshim. I wonder if that's a bit of a read, a counter strat. He seemed to be expecting GE on that side of the map, and they're not going to get it. There is a lot of util still to kind of push through over towards B. You've got a couple of trips. You've got the cam there as well. And information, importantly, starting to go the way of Nongshim now.
Yeah, they are getting fast rotations in. Gate crash going to be set up just in case there's going to be a pivot back, or if this is all just a bit of a fake. Check in, and okay, RB not quite able to find that shot. Gibson does get tagged down to 2 health, though. And that's your hard entry. Eventually dead to a tripwire if they can't clear it fast enough. Meanwhile, Exploration over here towards A, and Francis nearly caught with util in hand. Takes quite a bit of damage to the box, but the pivot is being called for.
Yeah, GE playing this kind of slow style that we saw a little more on Breeze as well, where they're going to go back and forth. They're really going to try and toy with the rotations of Nongshim. Spike seems to still be dedicated towards the B side a little bit more so, but...
Yeah, they're trying to just repump this as another fake.
Yeah, I mean, Yudotan 2 HP, he can cause a bit of a ruckus over towards A. That may draw some rotators.
Fast lane 10, but as soon as they see that recon, they say, okay, gamble in for the B side of the map, and Xross, he's got that Phantom in hand, he's able to find one. It's a little bit more. Plant coming into play. No, Tommy gets a jumping headshot on the Crystal. Ivy gets rid of Autumn. The Spike now going to be stranded. It's 12 seconds remaining.
Can they recover it? GE.
No, it's over. The round is done. Javi will be able to find one. Another charge towards that neural, but has to open the door just to try to escape.
Oh, that kill that Dambi got away with felt a little criminal. So Nongshim steal the bonus round away.
Wow.
Makes matters a little worse for GE. You don't want to get off to a bad start against Nongshim. We know how momentum-based of a team this can be. Obviously saw that on the last map. Nongshim very capable of doing that again. It's been a great start to this season for GE. I really did think that they would come into this matchup looking a little bit better than Nongshim, and I mean they did on map 1, but GE might be letting my prediction down today.
He's very well aware that he just got away with murder.
Harvey's got the dimensional drift that you talked about.
Harvey knowing where the bread is buttered, he's going to be passing that Vandal carried over from the previous into Patman's hands. As Xross watching for this massive mid push. It'll be 3-2-1 up into the smoke, and Yudotan will be able to strike a little bit faster. Tagged up, yes, but still kicking is Autumn going to try to take some space. I mean, this is that ultimate in play, but it doesn't really matter too much. As this is just looking like another little round 4 cheeky little win.
Yep, aim duel after aim duel after aim duel goes wrong for Nongshim. The first one, you could kind of say, okay, that's acceptable, but you need to be hitting your shots. That flood coming through from GE is always going to overwhelm you if you're isolated and on your own, and that's exactly what a lot of those Nongshim defenders were.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, big round to get this one over the finish line with ZRP. Unable to find anything else there, so Global Esports online in round 4.
Yeah, nice to see them come back on a little bit earlier than they probably ought to have. Nice kill from Yudotan. Had a knock on his way. There was definitely a trade in there as well, so that's good from GE. Working in tandem, playing together. Spacing is nice. Ideas are working. Not going to have to go up against still a pretty hefty defense here, though, from Nongshim. Obviously, reinvestment will come through. RB this time has an operator instead. Got that neural theft for Ivy too, if push comes to shove.
Just a Spectre for him, though. You've widely got, full armors on the side of Global Esports. So that Spectre going to prove to be a little bit more difficult. As Francis solo anchoring A for the moment. Another smoke going to be cycled in. Should have spotted at the leg, and yeah, a couple shots going to be exchanged.
That's bold.
Yeah. Bold and ill-advised. Clear the recon, backpedals away.
Wants to bait the fight. Paranoia's gone through. Xross on the line to swing.
Oh, he just jumped.
Now Paranoia back in the other direction. Francis has to hightail it back out to safety. He is now solo holding A.
I know exactly.
Scale forward, TP towards the street side. Hatman staying tucked away. Had that ping reveal, but decides to play it a little bit more quietly, but Armin will be able to flush him out. The op shot going to be connecting. Spotting one. Dimensional drift. Trying to suss him out. The spike has been brought towards backside. It's Crystal now, very much isolated. Shock dart through, he's going to get cleaned up. Dami finds that kill. And I think Global had a decent start to this round, but it just very quickly fell apart.
I mean, it was a nice push and pull from Nongshim, isn't it? It really never felt like GE got into that site and felt comfortable at all, because at any given moment, there was a Nongshim player that was trying to harass them and cause a little bit of a ruckus when they were still trying to clear that site. First, obviously, it's that shot that comes through from the op, and then you see Dambi come in with a couple. He's over the top, causing a little bit of a concern and trying to draw some crosshairs in his direction, and that's when the rest of the team swinging in. So just a nice little 1-2 punch from Nongshim. It seems like that is working a little better for them now. Come online, and Platoon, for probably the first time, I would say this split, is actually going to have quite a bit to say. He has had a lot of cheers to do, and Quite a bit of excitement, happy stuff. But now it's getting a bit more serious for GE as they are down in map 3. 4-1. So he's got to give some words of wisdom to the team to try to recover this.
Earliest timeout call yet. Beating the previous map by a round. Let's see, though, what the adjustments end up looking like. I mean, cash-wise, don't believe it's too much to work with. Maybe about a half investment here for them, but Harvey would be working with Scraps. Granted, Scraps worked in round 4, but okay, it's a hell of a lot better, actually, than I thought. Didn't quite get a glimpse there on the timeout screen.
Yeah. There.
Off to try to contend with. Overdrive for Udaton, though, could be a big boon. Quick scale, wrapping through alley, one-way setup. Check is sees is going to be lobbed in, but now it's going to be a drone up and over the top. Overdrive invested. Udaton sliding forward into the side, but X-Ross able to hold his own, takes him down. Javi, however, reaches forward, is able to find 2 kills. Patman now getting a piece of the action as well as RB. Finally able to collect a kill. Quick little exit. Short hop away, and they get this into a 2v2.
I mean, Spike's still in transition, though, so you've got GE sort of somewhat in control of the site. Harvey, if he had the spike, could plant it, but I don't know how Crystal gets across here. You've got no smokes, no util to kind of cover the cross, no flashes even to try to take the fight. You just have to wait for this peak to come through and then win the fight, but that's not easy when you're down low.
No, not at all. And now they'll just double up on the angle, but Ivy will be able to just secure it. 3K for him. And then timeout, not able to find the value. Now the money's been broken down even more.
This is going from bad to worse for GE. They've had moments definitely where they've looked close in this map. RB, that little fadeaway that you commented on right in the middle of the play there makes a huge difference. The fact that he gets this kill, this one here, just brings it back to that 2-on-2. There's not as much of a coverage. He did have a lot of trouble getting that spike across to the site. Crystal was almost left high and dry there. Harvey needed to be a little more prepared to swing that line as well, and at the very least trade that down, but Ivy does a really good job. Nongshim reaping the benefits. Lots of info there as well for that cam.
Now trying to get on a water angle. Just for a timing shot, nothing to be found, but this all just plays in Ivy. Now striking, RB finds another Crystal with a nice Sheriff shot. Will be able to peel back a kill, but I don't think, I was going to say, don't think they're going to be able to find too much more than that, but Crystal does it again.
Ooh, the drone throwing off the aim.
Well, this is going to get the convergent paths out. Udaton finding the one, but yeah, stuck into the corner. Downby will be able to clear it out. The op can be carried over. Now 6-1 for Nongshim, and I'm starting to get flashbacks to Breeze.
Yeah, me too. And that is not good news for GE. This round a little bit too easy. I mean, there was definitely something in it for GE. That kill from Crystal made it maybe interesting, but the opening flurry of kills do come through for Nongshim, and then the convergent path, like you said, it pretty much sealed the deal. Davi might have liked to have held on to that for the next round, but again, may as well toss it in. You're up 6-1. Got other tools in the arsenal to play with here for Nongshim.
In round.
Back in for round number 8.
I'll be realizing that missed the timing to try to get that cam set up.
Another forward hold on A for Nongshim, and Francis bold here. He's just going to sit that orb. You can see that Nongshim playing with that confidence now. They are starting to disrespect GE.
He really wants his ult, and he hasn't been able to get a kill yet. He's 0-4-2, so he's like, well, I guess I just have to take the orbs then. Relative safety, but finding a very good timing. Right, as RB's trying to get a bit of a readjustment, can't get that off shot off, so Francis now making noise through that cage, but X-Ross splitting on the opposite side, will be able to find one, but now needs to find so much more! Nearly finds himself a third, but it's going to be Javi coming away with 3K of his own. Hunter's Fury going to be called in, Crystal. Let's see what else he can find, but Javi plays a little more elusively, and Javi gets caught in midair off that saturate.
Dambi surviving, that's big news. Gets him back to the 2-on-2.
It's a massive slip of the net here for Dambi.
Yep.
Smoke down a fall, but Patman falls with it. They know exactly where Crystal's still at.
And Ivy still unaccounted for at this point as well, so Crystal doesn't really know exactly where he's coming from. Still worried that there's maybe a flank coming in from behind, and that is giving Ivy all the time in the world to just continue to work his way forward. Dambi happy to play it slow.
I think he's going to continue on this trajectory. Thought maybe he would just re-wrap back through alley.
Heard that tap.
He's going to have to commit to it, though. Goes for the safest plant.
10 seconds.
Footsteps going to be heard. Can he separate them down to a 1v1? Yes, he can! Crystal
Oh my god!
on his feet. Woo. Giant giving it to him across the stage. And as a player of Crystal's caliber, you cannot allow to have those isolated fights.
Yeah, 100%. He does have that clutch gene. We've seen a number of them throughout VCT Pacific this year from Crystal, and in really important moments. This was another. It felt like GE was down and it felt like they were out, but Crystal gives them a lifeline. Just a little awkward on the positioning there from Danby. Couldn't quite swing to find the trade. So GE get themselves a second. This is not yet a done deal for Nongshim, but GE have to reward Crystal for his efforts. They cannot let that just be a one and done.
A huge round win for him. And now a gamble stack for Nongshim. That might not be rewarded. RP will make his exit though. Reinforce mid here a bit.
Particularly with the fact that Autumn's got the run it back, you would think that it should be pretty easy for GE to get some info on what the setups look like.
Nightfall and Paranoia. Hell of a lot. Opens up for the orb to grab, so Danby going to be 2 charges away from having another conversion paths online. Meanwhile,
right back
does get popped. Trying to take some space into the site. Meanwhile, TP forward from Patman. His own Paranoia going to be sent relay bolt connecting onto Ivy. Tucked on the corner for now, trying to re-wrap. Tucked into the corner, but ends up getting caught by a stray. Autumn now able to find RP, but Francis arriving on the scene, finds his first kill on the map. Jump the corner, frack to safety. They've slowed down the approach, but can they stop the plant and win the round is the question. Danby dashing in, Autumn dead, Javi alone, and Javi wins it. Another Red Bull clutch here from Global Esports. It's been a while, but starting to get back into that footing, that form that we were seeing from them on Ascent.
Yeah, and those clutches are the only things that are keeping GE in the map at the moment. If those go the other way, it is going to be a disaster for GE, but Crystal and Javi stepping up, giving them a chance. Honestly, I thought this was going to be a little bit of a cleaner round from GE. They seemed to kind of get the right idea, get into the site, but Autumn, the run it back, it didn't end up actually really getting anything done.
Confidence build ho raha hai.
Now GE off and rolling on the attack. The belief starting to rebuild. They're starting to get excited. Patman and Autumn picking up the openers in this round, which will be a bit more of a save from Nongshim than anything else, but any momentum is good momentum at this point as far as GE are concerned. Ivy will be a concern.
Oh, Danby.
Danby too.
On red. Conversion path's going to be invested. Double dash over to the side. Crystal, no, the Weiser! Danby! No! That was immaculate!
Yeah.
Capture it, frame it, hang it in the goddamn loop. That was a masterpiece of movement from Danby.
Yeah, absolutely. GE had no idea where he went. They thought he zigged. In fact, he zagged. And Crystal had no idea. He had not a single thought that Danby could be standing right behind him. Let's have a look at it again.
I mean, this is breaking their wrists, breaking their brains. Unbelievable.
Bang, bang. And that is one way to crush the hopes and dreams of Global Esports and their fans, because the comeback, it looked like it was on. And now all of a sudden, you're back to square one. Nongshim in full control again. Money broken for GE. Scoreline ballooning back out. Nongshim feeling good, feeling confident. They've got a few ultis to play with here as well. Gets a little easier for Nongshim on defense for the last couple of rounds of this half.
I'm starting to see why Danby's playing well. Similar cage setup here. Getting that early alert onto Francis. We'll just give up the space. Going back away, Autumn. Trying to lead the charge with that Vandal. Trying to find Danby, the hero of the previous round, but eventually will just get taken down. So loses out on the ulti. Yudotan loses out on his life. Patman with a nice shot. Eliminate X-Ross and fake on that TP as well. Line connecting into Francis' space. Danby. Oh, he's just dashing in. I mean, Paranoia, you get that near sight. You can absolutely see him. So maybe a bit of an overcook from him, but doesn't really matter.
Yeah, all too easy for Nongshim in that round. 8-3. They actually don't burn any of their ultis either, so they've still got quite a contingent to play with here in the final round of the half. GE will reinvest. Desperately need this fourth on the attack. GE could still put things together. I think the defensive halves for both teams have looked a little bit better across the board today. So if you do get to 4, you do get that pistol on the board. I don't think this is over just yet. GE will still be saying we can make something happen, but definitely needing the 4th round. Saw what happened on Breeze. If they had a little round or 2 more maybe to play with, that second half could have been interesting. Cannot afford to make the same mistake twice. Get underway into round number 12, taking a bit of mid control. Yudotan up to his own devices, but apart from that, it's really the defensive side that feels like they're making the moves.
Ivy just slotting in so beautifully, finding that timing. Hunter's Fury is going to be avoided as well. Okay, final pulse will be able to hound him down. Meanwhile, Dimensional Grip from RB is just rushing forward, scouting out the whole rest of the team. Jumps back over to the site now, has the operator to further reinforce B. Oh! Spotted, dealt with, dispatched. Javi having his work cut out for him, and ooh, very nice. Skill forward, just tucks in, crouched on the floor. Cleans it up. Navi just trying to keep them distracted. Let them know that it's not safe. They're trying to go for this plant. Next Ross will put the spike down on the floor, and Javi, can he do it again? Solo on HP, and he's up against Dambi, who gets the job done. 9-3. Nongshim looking alive and well despite the changes here on Sunset.
Yeah, it's a very weird half there from GE. They're their own best and worst enemies in a sense. 2 really nice clutches. One from Crystal, one from Harvey. You thought there was maybe something in that half still. And then they kind of let that next round slip, and in that case, they're their worst enemy. So it could have been more, it could have been less. GE, I don't think they're going to walk away from that half being particularly pleased about the proceedings, but Nongshim coming back into their own. Another 9-3 first half here. What they did in the previous map with a 9-3 was a convincing victory on Breeze. I imagine that is the direction that we're headed in again here for our 3rd map. So Global Esports on the precipice of being handed their first defeat for the split. Maybe the man with the master plan, Harvey, can put something together on this defensive side, but it is looking like a tough go for GE going forward.
I mean, he's going to have to. You look back to when they played this, because this is a map that Global has like next to no experience on overall. It's been very few times that they were playing this, and we've only seen it once so far in Stage 2 versus RRQ. It was a 6-6 with them starting on the defender side. So for them to close out that map 13-9, the lion's share of that work was done on the attacker side. So the fact that they're only able to come up with 3 rounds does not bode good tidings for them at the moment. But if they can get that pistol, they can start to activate a little bit like we saw on the back end of Breeze, there is still a world where they can get this done. But right now, I mean, Nongshim, they have to be feeling so damn confident in themselves to be able to close this out.
All right, pistol round all important for GE. Pretty standard setup, 2-on-2. Crystal wants to have a little bit of a look and doesn't actually end up spotting any of those Nongshim players. They're around the corner a little bit too slow. Still, looks like GE are going to stack this B side, so good call.
Sure ball going to be sent, swing at the corner. Autumn able to find a headshot, but can't get the kill. RB will take him down, and now they have to try to just backpedal away. Yudotan will be able to find one, though. They can't play off the saturate. RB gets a second. Crystal seized in position, decayed down to 1. But it's still going to be a 2v2 with a health advantage in the hands of Global Esports.
Nongshim playing with supreme confidence. They see all those numbers, but they still decide to swarm straight through that dark cover that did come through from Patman.
Oh
no. Good tags.
60 health between them now.
Yeah. Need headshots out from Nongshim to clutch this here.
I mean, this should be GE. Taking the pistol for themselves. The rewrap over towards Market. X-Ross drawing the attention. Francis, look for the backstab. Ah! Turn it off! Cut the feed!
To spare in that round for Francis. It was a freebie. It was on a silver platter, but sometimes the easiest shots are the hardest ones to hit in the end. Start was looking good. RB was putting in work as well. Got a couple of kills on this pistol. But in the end, GE have given themselves once again another lifeline, and that unfortunately is really the way I think you have to describe this map at the moment. It is just GE trying to hold on for dear life. They're holding on by their fingernails.
Yeah, I mean, you have to just try to laugh that one off.
It happens. You've still got a massive lead here. I don't think it should be a massive tilter for Nongshim, but that is how these kinds of recoveries start, right? You need a little bit of luck to go your way as GE, and I think it's fair to say that is a little bit lucky to win the pistol there.
Yeah.
Of course, you have to capitalize on it, and Yudotan doing a good job of that. Couple of taps straight away, picks up the opening 2.
Ivy with some decent damage on the Patman. But looking good for GE to just convert this, and if they can do it flawlessly, it would be huge for them. Oh, okay! A bold move from RB. I mean, just TP right to his face. Ivy will be found in mid. RB should be dead on the sentry, but Dambi now scaling forward over to Boba, running out of bullets into the saturate, trying to buy some space. Meanwhile, RB dead, Spike can't be planted. And Dambi has to do it all. Any damage he can get, it's going to be very welcomed. But will just be some armor rebuys there onto Uniton as well as Crystal. And Global Esports close out the anti-eco pretty cleanly.
That's a good start. But that's really all that it is at the moment for GE. Need to see some more. It's really the same story that we were selling on map 2. It's Nongshim's map to lose at the moment, but GE still fighting hard to try to make something happen here. First gun round yet to come. It's going to give us a bit more of an insight as to what Nongshim are going to put together on this attack, and it will be again towards the B site that it would seem they will signal their intentions. We'll get a little bit of a peek from Harvey. In fact, he's going to commit to the side hold. The forward hold. He's got a cam.
And this is completely unconditioned, but Prowler is not going to check for it.
Oh,
Nongshim.
I don't know if they are going to check for it.
How many can he get?
He's got the paranoia here potentially as well to help him out if Patman gets involved. They haven't
swing.
watched.
Oh, turn it off!
Not again.
Oh boy. Well, flashes out on both sides. Autumn and RB kind of missing each other like ships in the night.
It's a good spot to be in for RB. Drone's not going to see him
Drone
either.
Doesn't check him. RB, I swear, you got to hit the shot. Surely he does. Connecting in with 2. Spam, but Crystal gonna be dinged to the wall. Chip down to 25 and Patman. Oh, so much weight on his shoulders. Stop Nongshim from getting into double digits, but they know exactly where he's at. Ivy finds that kill, and the shot from Crystal will not connect.
Yeah, somebody had to restore some sanity to this game, and his name is RB. Those 2 kills, exactly as required. GE fold on their bonus. Harvey is going to be kicking himself because that was really the opportunity. Look, he's not happy.
Oh, no.
And you can't blame him.
No, you can't. Those watching, he was not whipped throw the first stone.
Exactly, we've all been there. I've been known to throw in a table slam or 2 back in the day.
I mean, especially given the performance that Javi's been putting up right now on this map. So widely, he's been the one guy on Global Esports who's keeping them in this, even remotely.
Well, 10-5, again, not over just yet for GE, but gets monumentally harder if they end up losing this round, because it will then be an eco round for GE. They'll have no money. This is kind of do or die for them.
Might fall to market. Patman backpedals. Maybe able to TP past that one, but it's right into the open. He's trying to just avoid the util, but he can't avoid the players. Has to know that they're going to be scaling in quickly. Better just eat the ult and make an exit. Oh. Meanwhile, Javi corralled in, pinned, dispatched by the shorty.
Francis was just playing with Harvey and waiting for Dambi to come.
They should save.
Well, they didn't save that round that you spoke about it on
That's why I'm trying to hope that they can hear me.
Will it into existence.
Get the ear cup off.
Manifest. Well, it looks like they will hear you this time around. Yudotan and Autumn opting to take the rifles into the next round, but I don't know if all of what it's really going to do. It's going to be 11 for Nongshim. The recovery is going to be a long one for Global Esports. Drive there for Yudotan. Maybe if he picks up one, he can drop that Phantom over. You can potentially put together a round off the back of that as GE. I can see a way that it could come together, but it just doesn't feel like it's GE's day today. Dambi's getting away with too much. Nongshim in general confident at the moment, committing to their fights. RB, another map back-to-back. That's been a really good performance from him.
It feels like they are just very dialed in with this. So that final timeout call of the series from Platoon. Trying to see if they can start this one around. 6-round deficit at the moment. And unfortunately, just not that much to really try to work with. No ultimates online at the moment. Close in the cycle, yes, but still a ways off, and the credits are low. Autumn, 0 charges to a run it back. 1 away from having an overdrive, so maybe allows for Yudotan to drop the gun, pop the ult.
Exactly.
Make a go of it from there.
I think that's what it's going to have to be for GE. You do have to go for this round for sure. Feels like a lot of this rests on the shoulders of Yudotan, though. He has to find that opening pick, charge up that overdrive. And that is where, you know, you really build actually quite a decent portion of firepower here for GE. They're going to invest as well. So they are going all in on this. Not all in, obviously, but a lot in. Armor, pistol upgrades. They want to make something happen in this round. That's the indication that we're getting from GE. What does it actually look like in the server? It's not going to be an overly aggressive setup from them. 4 players over on A, though, as the 4-1 split again.
I'm going to check around mid. Javi, the hero, alone on B for now. And if this gamble stack just ends up not working for Global Esports,
Shadows traveling.
It's going to be a very dire situation for them.
Okay.
Can Nongshim avoid the potential catastrophe? So far, the answer is looking like yes. Then again, some exploration, maybe at least a re-clear towards A main. Xros does have that spike in hand. They may yet end up falling right into this 4-player trap.
Yeah, another smoke down. It might delay even further Nongshim.
If RB takes that gate crash,
30
she should be
seconds
screwed.
left.
It's a shoulder to shoulder with Crystal.
It's a good setup here. Paranoia.
Yudotan's got that rifle. Dambi just clears him out. Haven't going to be saturated now. They're starting to push forward. Javi will be able to intercept in mid. One going to be taking down Xros now, turning him in the grave. The time getting away from them, but Francis still able to find one. Jumps forward into the smoke. Patman holding his own. Dambi dead to the shock dart. And Ivy is a world away. That's the round over.
Why is Ivy on the other side of the map? Trying to cut off rotators, but
it's just a critical misunderstanding and misread here.
Yeah. All right, GE get one, and a pretty cheeky one as well. Keep them in this, at least for now. 11 as a 6 reinvestment will come through for Nongshim. How did this all go wrong? You thought with that kill, Nongshim had it done. That was the rifle taken away from Yudotan, but Javi perfectly timed on the rotation. I think that is the moment where, you know, you see Javi getting that kill in mid, you think, okay, well, if I'm now lurking on the other side of the map, I kind of need to pick the pace up here as Ivy. Maybe sort of thought Javi was going to slow down and turn back around and try to find him. I'm not sure, but either way, it's a moot point as we head into round 18. Another attempt here for GE to hold on.
I think the cam's been toggled, or at least maybe Javi. He hasn't gone for it, I don't think. Spot on the one. Damage going to be seen. A little bit of damage on the shoulder. Refract out. And I mean, this is drawing some attention, but the spike is still a world away.
A is
completely A has been given up, and now this time Ivy can absolutely find value on the lurk.
Yes. This round much better. Patman's going to port out.
No, canceled. Swings the corner. He's dead. Javi, quick little turnover to the side from Market. Will be able to find it. The neural depth going to be letting him know that all of Nongshim are getting ready to take the A site, but they're not there yet.
This is quite a quick rotate. It has to be said from GE. They've done well to get back across.
This is still very possible for them. Convergent paths as well going to be invested very early. The spike's not even planted yet, but now Crystal's going to be struck down. Francis finding the one. Swing in. It's a little bit whippy there from RB. A smattering of damage on the Yudotan. This is Francis goes into a 3v3, the slide in. Dami with covering fire, able to find the one, but Autumn trading it back.
Enemy remaining.
Hobby bringing this down to the 1v1. X-Ross, it's been a little bit of a slower game for him. Back over onto this initiator position. It's way too much damage and will get taken down. It's another round for Global.
Oh, I'm very impressed that Global Esports actually pulls that round back together, because that looked like it was absolutely doomed. You have 4 players into the A site. You have the lurk in there from Ivy, which is basically going to get a guaranteed kill. Yeah, he does go down, but they immediately make the call. As soon as Ivy gets this kill, they know that's the lurker, and honestly, they've almost beaten Nongshim back over to the site, which is crazy to think. Maybe you could argue Nongshim were just a little bit, maybe too slow on their entry into A, a bit too cautious. They weren't obviously aware that it was a free site, so those extra sort of 5-10 seconds that GE affords themselves making a big difference. And now a little bit of pressure shifts back onto the shoulders of Nongshim. This is not being done quite as easily as they would have liked it to have been. Again, maybe similar story to what we saw on Breeze, where first half it looked like a done deal. Second half, you see GE starting to come back together, and then it sort of fell apart for them. But now they have another bite at that cherry. They have another shot at it. We'll see if GE can reward themselves here with a really hard-fought victory today to maintain their win streak in Split 2.
I believe this is the first time out of the series for Nongshim. As strange as that is to consider, given how that first map went. Let it ride, let it put the trust in the hands of the players. Let's see now if that intervention is going to lead to a match point established here for Nongshim. Global Esports are really going to make things interesting. One charge away from the run it back. The Hunter's here nearly online as well. It's just from the shadows for Francis at the moment.
Nongshim having a bit of a look over toward A. Clone's gone forward, not going to be fooling anybody. GE still on the push. Flash is good.
Dambi's even better. Crystal and Autumn both going to be struck down. That's both potential ultimates for Global Esports out of this equation. Theft gets the reveal, gets the information. It's going to be a TP over to an empty B site, and Yuratan has been struck down.
This might be the straw that breaks the camel's back for GE. They looked, again, so good. They were coming back into it, but immediately off the back of that timeout, Nongshim goes one better. And I don't even know if it was necessarily the timeout conversation or just Dambi having a bit of X factor.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, a little bit of Ivy in mid as well.
Wow.
Just have to try to hold on to the weapon, but no.
Well,
can't even do that. Flawless round to get up to match point Nongshim.
Match point.
One more to go. To get what does feel like a bit of an upset victory over Global Esports.
Yeah, back's really against the wall now, GE. Honestly, the setup looked good. The flash looked decent. You sometimes just can't beat a bit of individual brilliance, though. And then again, that's the danger of being down at such a deficit, because those kinds of moments are going to happen at this level. GE have not given themselves enough room. This defensive half, it's been better, but it hasn't quite been enough to recover what was a 9-3 first half. So now, no more mistakes allowed for GE. And they do need a little bit of luck to get through this as well. The call is going to be to go towards the B site. They're going to send everything at this round.
Going to be attacking Hobby yet again. Tripwire going to be broken. Dami, a little bit of a more shallow entry than he would have liked, but still takes that space forward onto the site. Saturate going to be lobbed in, spots him out. Hobby dead, screwed. No options, no recourse. Just hounded down. The run it back already invested and dealt with. Yuratan will be able to break forward towards market. As Dambi gets spammed down. Hunter's Fury now going to be called in. Crystal needing to deliver as Dambi tries to hold the door here. The pace forward though is going to be X-Ross taking the first fight. 1 HP remaining. Gets himself a second kill. Francis finds Autumn, and now it is just Crystal intercepted. Bow in hand. As Nongshim Red Force close this out. Well, very rough start into two overall decently breezy maps. 13-7 on Sunset to tie things up.
Yeah, and this series almost a metaphor for Nongshim's season so far. Last week they had to play the back-to-back games. They had to play the Super Week, two matches in 1 week off the back of all of that travel coming back in from EWC. It didn't go well for them. They dropped
Okay.
2-1 to Full Sense, and
Let's
then
see.
2-1 to Gen G
Next
as well. We all had our
match.
questions as to
PS
what's going on
versus
here for Nongshim. Are they going to be that same potent force?
थोड़ा
On the
break
other
लेके
hand,
आता हूँ.
GE, I should say, come in with the 2-0 lead off the back of this week, and you thought, okay, they're on the rise, Nongshim's on the fall. Maybe there's something there for GE, but Nongshim making a little bit of a statement to say, hey, we're not done yet. We're getting
swing in there. Map 2, he was fantastic. Map 3, back on that duelist. And once again, I was thinking, oh no. But he really turned it around. I think he played a very, very strong game today. So full credit to Nongshim. This was an informed GE, and they managed to recover something here in this group stage.
Yeah, I think this matchup in the group stage as well really makes for such an interesting kind of race to champs at the end of the day. Both of these teams are teams that have represented internationally over from Pacific. They're both really in the conversation about which one of these teams is going to be able to actually make that leap into champs, if either of them are, as we head towards the end of the year here. So you talk a lot about that 2-point swing, a point for Nongshim, a point taken away here for GE, but also this is kind of developing as a bit of a close matchup every time these two teams play. I talked about, you know, on the pre-show a little bit, their fates being intertwined a little bit. It always has some kind of impact about who is going to make it to an international event, in what seed, and also a lot of the time will actually inform, you know, who goes on a little bit of a run.
And you can tell how impassioned the players are in this kind of series. We saw Danby really getting loud on that stage, really being that guy to give so much energy for Nongshim, and for Javi as well. A lot of frustration on his end, you can tell, as the IGL.
I mean, he was giving everything this map 3. He was awake and ready to go when the other guys couldn't quite make it happen here on Sunset. So he'll be feeling a little bit miffed that they couldn't get this across the line. This is the first loss for Global Esports here in Stage 2. So now we got to look for that bounce back for them next week.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say this was still like too bad. I think that perhaps frustrations, perhaps like those little duels got the better of them. But I don't think this was all too bad of a series for Global Esports. They still are a very strong team. There is a lot of ground to cover, of course. And for Nongshim, what a way to be able to bring it back with, you know, RB coming back on the duelist and everything. It shows that there's still a lot that they have in their cards that they can play.
Absolutely. I do think Ascent is still a weakness for them. I need to see them either turn that map around or get a summit going, but this is good signs of life. They get their first win, their first champions point here in Stage 2, which we all know was much needed.
Oh, 100%. I think as well, you know, the Super Week is behind them. The hectic travel schedule is behind them. Maybe a little bit more of that kind of fatigue in that first map, but they did a really, really good job once again showing that championship resilience that you need to see from Nongshim. We saw some ridiculous comebacks from them recently, and this was a great turnaround to kind of reverse sweep the series. See the top performers here. Danby doing a good job on the Waylay. I think the double duelist pairing from Nongshim and top to bottom looking very solid there. And as mentioned before, I mean, great game from Harvey, but when you're the playmaking IGL, things can be difficult. I was so impressed with RB though. We've said it time and time again, but to go from that Jet performance on the first map and then back-to-back maps, Harbor Yoru, and absolutely dumps to the other team to reverse sweep the series. I mean, that is incredible, especially with how long of a career this player has had. Like, he really is just such a veteran presence and has such a rock-solid mentality after so many years in Pacific and International.
And the fact that this was his idea, too. We heard it from the stage that he's like, I actually offered to do this. I actually offered to get back into the duelist seat. So it shows also that he is able to take initiative. He knows when Nongshim needs a little bit more of that push. And while, you know, the first map may not exactly have gone according to plan, you know, you can tell that there's still a lot that RB has to offer here rather than just being a supportive role.
And now is the best time to experiment. Nobody's eliminated after this group stage, so I respect Nongshim going, hey, maybe we can try this, maybe we can see where the roles might land as we get towards the crunch time.
That's why we have a lot of surprises this week, because we have teams that are experimenting, that are doing this, and there's a little bit of that safety net because nobody's really eliminated, but it still can get a little bit scary, especially when, say, you're like a top tier team in Pacific and suddenly you have a team that's maybe usually at the bottom of the standings suddenly coming up, just like our second match of the day, which is T1 versus Team Secret. There was a time where I would have said there's a clear winner in this one, but I'm happy to actually say that this time around, I don't think it's that clear cut.
No, definitely not. Secret is in fantastic form. Top to bottom, the roster is looking really good. They've got great leadership on this team, so I think that they are a real threat in this stage of Pacific. They're managing their expectations. We've heard it from the leadership of this team, both the IGL and the coaching staff, that the group stage is for the development of the roster, and they're really looking at play-ins. But so far, the run through this group has been pretty good, and we've already just seen T1 get upset by a team that has historically not been very successful in Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. Team Secret coming off that super week with 1-1, so it's not all terrible, and that Valorant game was very winnable. T1 on the other side, this is their super week. This will be their second game of the week, so Secret coming in with a little bit more time and a little bit of a prep advantage. That 2-0 against KRX looked very, very dominant. This is the Team Secret we've been wanting to see for some time.
Definitely, and of course the new additions on the side of Team Secret have been making their impact. We saw Styron come alive last time, and Nats as well. He experienced a lot of heavy criticism in his first game, but in the second game, we saw him really come into his role a lot more.
Yeah, at the start of these highlights, you can see Nats on the waylay, really trying to make space on the attacking side, and I talked in quite a lot of depth in that opening game of how rough it is to be a rookie player and then be made to hard entry on the attacking side with the waylay. But once he moved over to Cypher, even in the Barrel game, but especially going into the KRX game, we highlighted that as the Cypher player playing against a new experimental triple duelist, you need to be the man to multi-frag and hold down the sights, and I'd say he passed that test with flying colors.
Yeah, he was fantastic here on the Sunset. I'm loving his Cypher. This is where he was so strong over in Tier 2. I mean, I love that he had such a good recovery from that Game 1 to Game 2. It was a real turnaround here, so I hope they simplify it. I hope they keep him on that Cypher where he's very good, and this is for sure one to watch as we move forward.
What is it with Nats players and being great lurkers, being great sentinels? Is it in the name? Like,
I don't know.
You know, it just seems to all fit in naturally.
Yeah, I mean, he used to play Senti. The thing that I'm waiting for him to do, I don't know if he necessarily had the cojones to do it in Tier 1, but I remember in Tier 2, there were some games where he looked so good. He looked like he was smurfing. He would just buy an op and play in front of his setup and op like 3 people. So I don't know if you're going to see that kind of gameplay from Nats, but he is very, very sharp mechanically, and he's great at holding a sight.
I mean, maybe we'll see some of that if they can manage to win this game, right? Maybe he'll get a little bit more of that confidence.
Against T1, I'd love to see it.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, I am all for the surprises. I'm all for these gutsy plays. And when we talk about these really confident plays, we have to talk about Zeus here. One of the youngest players that we have here in Pacific. He just turned 18 this year. He finally came into Pacific, and he is putting up numbers.
I mean, the Filipino Algaib, the man who was promised. He's coming to the league absolutely swinging. He's dominating by every single metric of which we would measure a duelist by. Yes. He's dominant right now over those 2 games. One of those was a loss. And like you say, Mika, he's young, 18 years old, specializing in that neon. I mean, this is somebody to watch for a very long career, but I love how Team Secret are using him. I feel like he's getting so much out of this.
Honestly, like, he really hasn't slipped up since he came in, so I think once again it's up to T1 to humble one of the rookies here in Pacific and kind of bring him back down to a level where maybe he's not going to be topping the statistics after this game, but if he does, I mean, quite honestly, already I'm super impressed, but you're going to really be talking about this guy as maybe Rookie of the Year prospect if he just keeps putting up these numbers. It's ridiculous.
No, definitely, and you'd be crazy not to have him on your build diff today, but we have to talk also about the leadership change that we have here on the side of Team Secret. You have Styron and Spin coming in, and I have to say, Kelly S, who was part of that original roster of Team Secret, when you look at him in the press conferences and the additional interviews that he has, he's just like so much happier. He has so much confidence in this new leadership, and I think that kind of change coming from somebody from the old roster, that's a lot to actually be optimistic about.
I think that the coach-IGL relationship is super underrated, and I think that people really underrate success in Tier 2 and building teams, and these are something that we've seen from both Spin and Styron. Their win rates and success in Tier 2 and in challenges specifically across multiple regions has been really something to look at. So I think, honestly, they did get knocked out of Ascension, maybe a bit of a disappointing finish. At the same time, though, that was a Nongshim on the warpath looking to re-qualify for Pacific, and they didn't look like they were going to slow down for anyone. So I think, honestly, the addition of Styron and Spin has been very, very invaluable, and people should stop comparing old Team Secret to this iteration of Team Secret. This is a new era of Team Secret, and you saw just how sick these guys' game plans can be against KRX.
And we heard it from Boxy9. He said this is an entirely different team, so I'm excited to see what they're going to be bringing in today against a very, very big name opponent of T1.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the test for this new Team Secret, because T1, despite the losses that they've encountered lately, they are still T1. This is still the roster of some of the most decorated players that we have here on this Pacific stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're a super team. You know, they don't necessarily like the name. People don't like the name super team, but look at who they have on this roster. It's old school, huge name players. They've lifted trophies. We know just how good they can be. That success last year over in Bangkok, but obviously less so this year. They're looking to put together a big run now to make it through the champs.
We've seen big sweeping changes in Team Secret. When it comes to the roles, we've seen a roster change, DH coming back into this team, but how do you wrestle with the fact that you're able to beat the best team in the league, some people argue the best team in the world, in a multi-OT thriller, and then come back and lose to Varel in your very next game? I honestly would have given Team Secret a shout in this series. I would have thought there's a chance that they can upset, but I think T1, after already getting 0-2 against Varel here, are not going to be letting another kind of upstart team upset them here. I think they're going to be in very serious mode, and I think they're going to be looking into what Team Secret is putting together.
Yeah, I totally agree that that kind of loss, I guess, from T1 doesn't really happen twice, especially with the caliber of players that you have. But I think that T1 here, there's still a lot of chefs in the kitchen, so to say. There's a lot of personalities on the team that still have yet to come together fully.
And one thing we want to talk about is this is a team that doesn't actually lose that much. One loss in kickoff to Nongshim, who won the whole thing, and then Santiago. 2 losses over there in stage 1 to Full Sense and PRX, the number 1 and 2 team. But now they've just been handed a loss by Varel. So that either means Varel are about to go and do something generational, or maybe the team is changing for the worse.
I think Varel's about to do something generational. We'll see what we get as we go deeper into this tournament. For T1, totally agree. They do not lose very often to teams that are not elite Pacific teams, that are world beaters, that are teams that are going over to some of these international events. So for T1, they're going to have to wrestle with that Varel upset and loss. And I think they're going to have to continue developing things and doing some more soul searching as they go through the rest of this group stage. They've definitely got their eyes on the top 2 to get easily into the playoffs, but that might not be the reality after a loss to Varel anymore. They might have to go through the play-ins.
Well, they also said they were taken aback by some of the things that Varel was doing, because it's a very different Varel now. It's also a very different Team Secret, and guess what? On the other side, you have Sylvan, who was previously on this T1 roster. He knows how these players like to go through this kind of matchup. He might be the key for Team Secret to be able to pull through for this series.
That's exactly it. It's a big, big revenge game here for Sylvan, with them for their win in Masters Bangkok, but he's removed after a poor performance in stage 1. DH has been one of the replacements that we've seen. They've had instability across this role, but you got to put your eyes on Sylvan for this, because he's not going to be content with a poor individual performance.
I mean, he had a pretty horrendous kickoff, let's be honest, but stage 1, Sylvan was sick for Team Secret. He was one of the most underrated controllers in this league, and against his former team, he's really going to have a point to prove, and I think, honestly, the form to do it here. So I want to see a big game from Sylvan today. For DH, he's honestly been a little bit shaky since he came back into the team, even though he had initially some really, really good form for T1 the last time that he was in the roster. I don't know how he's going to necessarily perform as we see the rest of the group stage. Maybe he's got some consistency issues at the moment.
I mean, Spin also said it on the desk, right? He said this one's for Sylvan. Sylvan's our boy.
This is the one they wanted.
Yeah.
You see him here in the T1 colors walking out in Bangkok. There's no doubt he's been a pivotal part of this organization's success in the past, and now he's looking to be a pivotal part of its downfall.
Yeah, for sure. I think, look, we have gone over and over throughout the last couple of years, and for T1 more generally, the controller role, you know, in T1 rather, you know, who is necessarily filling that position. Sometimes maybe they've been scapegoated a little bit. Sometimes maybe they've been looked at with a bit of criticism, and I think that applies to Sylvan in the case that he has a point to prove. And for DH, I think we saw him on the way out, and now he's come back into the roster as well. So I think there's a long story there with a lot of different points to look at, and that's why I'm looking at both of the controller players to have a good performance for either one of their teams today.
Definitely. We see a lot of players really come alive when there are these like big revenge kind of stories. And as we can see here, DH
Yo, Sylvan.
taking a
No!
role in
I was really hoping for Sylvan DH in the skirmish.
That would have been poetic, but it is going to be Zeus in the skirmish.
Yeah, they want to get Zeus nice and warmed up. We just spoke about how fantastic he's been statistically at the very top of the league. He's looking to bring that dominance into the skirmish. So let's see how many DH can get against him if he's able to eke out a win against the young Filipino talent.
I mean, DH, a young talent in his own right, definitely has
That's
a reasonable chance in this skirmish. We'll see which way it ends up going. I think the veto is going to be an interesting point of discussion here. We've seen T1, as you mentioned, they've got their Super Week on their hands. For Secret, they've already played a couple of games, so I think the T1 do have a chance to kind of prepare a little bit. Secret have a chance to kind of prepare a little bit better for this veto, so they really would love to win the skirmish here.
And I think that's massive for Team Secret. We saw how great the prep was against KRX.
Yes.
It seemed to win them the game before anyone had even connected to the server. So I want to see what that preparation is like, what that map veto is like here. Zeus moves up 4-2 though, looking pretty calm and confident here.
I kind of feel like this is also a send in the youngest. Or what do you call it in Korea? Maknae?
The Maknae.
The Maknae, yeah.
Send in the Maknae.
Send in the Maknae for the skirmish. But yes, you do have Zeus come out on top there. So I feel like going into this map veto, Spin talked a lot about how this was one of the pain points for Team Secret and he really wanted to work on their map pool. We are starting on Ascent first on the side of T1, followed by Haven on the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Team Secret pick Haven in both of their matches. It's clear that they just love this map. They feel very confident there. So not shocked to see them pick it. And also Sunset as well as that map 3. We know how they like to play it stylistically, pretty much exactly the same. So I think they'll be happy with this veto. But, you know, T1 picking Ascent here is a little bit different.
I think we've seen a fair bit of Ascent from them. They've been running the meta comp and things like that. They've been swapping around the roles. We saw Meteor back on the Jet. For me, I think I look at all three of these maps and you've seen at least games for both of these squads. I think that honestly, Secret are going to be reasonably happy with they've got Haven and Sunset in the veto. We've seen what T1 has been putting together on Sunset as well. They're playing the double duelist with Meteor over on the Chamber. So I think the big question mark is, as you see on the left side of your screen, Secret playing Ascent, having banned it once and not really showing what they're going to be putting together here. They have left it in the veto knowing that they had that prep advantage, and T1 have already shown their changes.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked to see Neon Phoenix. That's what they're playing on every other map that they've shown so far. I feel like a lot of it is about simplification. That seems to be the name of the game. It seems to be about specialization, everybody being very good at what they do. But who knows? I do think Ascent plays a little bit differently. I wouldn't be shocked to see Zeus maybe even go to something like a Jet. I think his operator is fantastic. So I do think there's room to explore if that's what they want to do.
Yeah, I think that, you know, that tandem that Zeus and Kalias have, it fits Team Secret where they are right now perfectly, especially because, you know, they do have that, I guess, like the Filipino hive mind, which I'm also a part of, by the way. We have here our predictions.
Does it feel like it's going to be a good game today? Is that why the prediction
I get
is
a feeling
here?
if I do this and I can feel like what they think in the telepathy. But we have our predictions over here, and yes, Team Secret might be coming in as the underdog, but in the Philippines, you know, we do have a saying, you've got to believe in magic. It's a popular song. They won't know what it is.
No,
T1,
no.
I don't blame you guys for really favoring T1 here, but
he's right, we're with you.
I'm with you on the Secret.
Yeah, you guys are on the
I'm
Secret
saying
bus.
you guys, these four over here.
Yeah.
You guys plural.
I'm just like generalizing over here.
You
I'm not
guys
talking
who
to
don't get it, you know, you guys who believe in
big
things
time
like
believes.
Masters
Yeah,
trophies
he believes
and,
in magic, but you know, I have to be able to believe, because this is so exciting. This version of Team Secret is so exciting. And on side of T1, I feel like this could be the moment where if they strike, they could catch them at their weakest.
I think that T1 really needs this win, especially after getting upset by Varel. I think that they're going to be kind of dotting all their I's and crossing their T's here.
Yeah, I totally agree. We're going to find out who takes the second series of the day. We have T1 and Team Secret taking the Pacific stage.
Today's matchup.
Back on the stage for our second matchup, Team Secret taking on T1. And sometimes you can't really tell with Pacific matches. This matchup, it should have a clear winner. These days, we're not exactly too sure, but Team Secret, they're a team that has long been in the last leg of the standings. Now they're an entirely different team. They took down KRX last week. Are they ready for another Korean team?
A very close game against Valorant, a dominant win against KRX. I think this is a team that's finding its footing. I think they've had real high highs here. And of course, that man on your screen, Sylvan, he's looking for revenge today against his former team known as T1.
Oh, definitely. Those faces on the other side, very, very familiar to Sylvan. But T1, much like Nongshim earlier, they need this win to sort of reaffirm the pecking order here in Pacific.
Yeah, absolutely. They need as many chance points as they can get. They've undergone some pretty significant changes. I think, as I mentioned before, the failure to qualify for the second international over at London, as well as in the in-between season event, they didn't come out of the EWC qualify with an international spot either. T1 are going to have their eyes focus on making it over to champions and being kind of representatives of Korea after the first international ever where there wasn't a Korean team present.
Yes, on the flip side of that, it's a long road to champions for Team Secret. They're not exactly swimming in champs points. They need some momentum for the time the play-ins and the playoffs hit. They need to finish top 1 and 2. Can they start that climb today? Coming off the back of a very, very strong win against another storied Korean team.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't see it like that, to be honest. I think for Secret, this will be a game about improvement. This will be a game about testing your mettle. I think, as we've already heard from them, they have their eyes kind of set on the play-ins to make that run. This is all about improvement for them. But T1, it's quite the opposite. They don't want to let an organization like Team Secret stand in the way of their champs prospects. They have their hopes set much higher here.
But I think for me, T1, this is their super week, and they're coming off the back of a very tough loss. I'm not sure what things are going to be like inside that camp. Yes, they need this win, but I worry that that adds to the pressure of this game. Team Secret, you know, they were already kind of expecting to be in the play-ons. They have no expectations for this group stage. It's T1 that needs these champs points. It's T1 that really need every single win right now, and I worry that that pressure might just be mounting against them.
You know, I think like you talk about Team Secret playing without pressure and T1 playing with a lot of pressure. I think both teams are well equipped to deal with that kind of environment, right? Team Secret probably perform best when there is no pressure at all on them, and T1, they're the kind of players that can actually thrive under pressure. It's a bit 50-50 though. We have seen them crumble, but we also have seen them shine so much when there's such important things at stake.
I also think, for me, I think Varo gave a lot of keys on how to beat T1, but we are moving here to the first map, T1's pick of Ascent. So I think the big question mark for me is the Team Secret composition. That's something we really want to touch on. Are they simplifying for Munchkin his 200 map?
Yeah, and it's going to be starting out attacking side on a map that he has kind of defined how to play. He was previously playing the KO. You're going to see him playing the KO again for T1. They haven't seen what Secret is going to do on this map, but I can tell you, they don't care what Secret is going to do on this map. Munchkin knows how to call this map, and he's looking to lead T1 to an early 1-0 start.
For Team Secret, it's the same composition that they know and love. They're really leaning into the meta right now. Double Duelist, Zeus on the Neon, Kelly S on that Phoenix. I like that they're simplifying things. They've shown positive signs with this comp, so they're tripling down.
Yeah, I love that Team Secret are leaning into something that feels a bit more comfortable, or that they're making more comfortable for this style. And T1, we're gonna see if this new and revamped roster is actually the one to be able to take them back into an international. We're gonna toss it on over to Achilles and Elfish to take us into Ascent.
Okay, here we go. Another Ascent loaded up and ready to go. T1 going up against Team Secret. For everybody asking, Paper Thin is dead. I've gotten rid of him. Elfish Guy, my new permanent co-caster.
I don't know why
We'll never see the bald man ever again.
I don't know why it's 2 big thumbs up for Paper Thin being dead. I feel like that's a bit grim. Paper Thin is alive and well. He will be back next week.
Well, unfortunately, that is the case. But for now, I can pretend and live in this little fantasy that I have created for myself. But yeah, another series here today. You're going through the ringer this weekend. I mean, all 4 days. Back to back to back. We'll see if T1 can maybe speed things up a little bit for you, or if Team Secret can very much do the same, because this squad has been on the up and up. And you know what? I've said it on Pot Chat, I've said it on this broadcast, and I'm going to say it again. I have been enjoying watching and casting Team Secret.
Me too.
I haven't been able to say that since 2024.
Hey, that's fair and valid, and I got to say, I think I wouldn't be too mad about this being another close game. I echo your sentiment. I think Team Secret, for me, have probably been the most exciting team of this stage. We jump into their next match, and I think T1 is in beatable form at the moment. That's what's been the conversation on the desk. They struggled, obviously, earlier on in the week against Varel, and actually did get taken down. So what's that mindset going to be looking like for T1 at the moment? This is the time to strike, if any, as Team Secret. And I really like the composition of this lineup too. I think they've got players that make sense. They've got the pieces of the puzzle where they need them to be. They've got guys that are comfortable on their agents, on their roles. And it seems like it's coming together for Team Secret. So I want to see a big game out from them today. I almost even thought about a prediction for Team Secret. But it is hard to go past the legacy that T1 have forged over the years. So we'll see if it's more of the new maybe for Team Secret picking themselves up a win here today, or more of the old in the likes of T1 with that experience that they have put together.
I think it's impossible to not give it that consideration. As Kelly S ready to swing off this contact, Sylvan. Spotted out, there's the curveball, full blind into the face, but quick little dash up to the side, Meteor able to slip the net here. Slides out as Molly will be able to find Izu.
Yeah, it's an aggressive hold there from Team Secret, isn't it? They want to really take that fight to T1 and start to dictate how this game plays out.
Well, quick little check there and a double glance from Meteor, but will be able to line up the shots. Styron going to be taken down, so 1 for 1 thus far, but health-wise, it was going to be in Secret's favor, but DH is able to find Nats.
That's a pretty critical kill in mid there. Meteor was carrying the spike, so if he had gone down, this round would have been a bit more chaotic for T1. In the end, though, starting to look like it's covered pretty nicely here in the 4-on-2. Buzz can't quite recalibrate. DH will find the trade onto Sylvan. It's not really enough to get him back into this round, but a cam here to see if he can maybe just get the info onto Kelly S. There it is.
Yeah, I'm not going to give him the options, not going to give him any 1v1s. Clean shot there from DH. 3 in the round, and the pistol goes the way of Team 1.
You have to be happy with that pistol. Early start was pretty good for Team Secret. Little mistake there, obviously not getting out of the hot hands quickly enough, but it sort of felt like one after the other, right? The dominoes kind of falling for Team Secret. Maybe just a little bit of a mechanical diff in the service. Some of the shots not clean enough from Team Secret in that round. T1 a bit more warmed up and ready to go in the pistol, but it is only one round. It is just the pistol, not the end of the world here. Team Secret, though, going to have to be on the receiving end of what will ultimately be another investment from T1 here. And so the A site is free for the taking.
The H going to be under a ton of pressure, and that should be him dead. Will be able to find the 1. And given the early health disadvantage, not too bad for him to be able to find that kill, but the Sheriff will be collected into the hands of Kelly S, who wants to just try to get whatever he can. Quick little recheck there from Meteor. Does get the spot out on the 1, but will just be rerouted. Now back over towards that defender spawn, giving up that spaced window and trying to see if he can catch them off guard. And for the moment, yes he can. Sylvan now going to be struck down. Styron to swing the corner to die. And Meteor just going to be, looking for a little bit more. He's dashing right into the lap of Nats, who says thank you very much for the Marshall. He's going to see if he can find anything else with it, but Munchkin is widely looking to play in Buzz, who will go on this push, get the kill. And overall, T1 will keep most of what they needed carried forward.
Yep, it's the expected result, really. There's nothing too much to comment on there necessarily. We'll have to look forward.
They're learning. T1 has decided, you know what, when we win the pistol on attacker side of Ascent, let's not just go full Sheriffs into this one. Let's actually buy some guns so we can win out the anti-eco.
You would generally consider it to be a good idea to convert on your pistol round wins. So 2-0, Team Secret though with the guns in hand. This is where things really kick off for them. Setup again looks to be a pretty standard 1-2-1-2. You've got Zeus in middle there. Might see him with an op later on in the half, trying to get busy on the Neon. But not now, not yet. Doesn't quite have the funds for it. It's just the 5 rifles here for Team Secret and a fairly reserved setup over towards B. It's going to prompt a bit more of an aggressive hold over on A. You've got that one-way smoke out from Sylvan. He's just jiggling on the line to see whether or not T1 are going to try to push in his direction. But so far, T1 not making a whole lot of noise. They're happy to just allow DH a bit of time to work in middle, and it's going A lot of space.
Cheeky change up there from Buzz as well as far as the angle is concerned. We'll have to drop back very quickly as Izu's able to find that kill onto Sylvan. And Meteor, the up and over, the spray and pray from Kelly S. Not quite to be rewarded. DH going to be caught though in mid over at Pizza as Meteor would have certainly died to that fragment had that connected to him. Team kill, certainly not something you want to be seeing, but door quickly going to be broken. Spike, a little bit rough to try to get this plant going. Tap of it. Izu, quick little cursory glance back up towards heaven.
Lane here to try and allow Team Secret back on into the site.
Pass lane is in. Zeus as well. Diving forward, will be able to find Buzz over at Switch. 2 players here in Hell, however, trying to hold their own. Meteor going to be good for the one, but Izu not yet displaced. Should be good for the counter swing as Styron just goes pushing forward into him.
Yeah, that's so important for those T1 players to win their duel down there under the balcony. If either of them go down, if it's even a 1-for-1, that actually provides so much more room for Team Secret. But because I think it was both Meteor and Izu win their duel, there's just no space created. There's nowhere to go. The crossfire still remains. And so Team Secret not able to forge their way back in onto that A site.
And it's going to be a very early timeout calling here from Team Secret. Spin, not liking what he's seeing, wanting to very quickly course correct. Get the players zoned back in on this game.
I think that's a valid point. It's obviously early days here, but this is still a pretty young, new, fresh lineup that you don't want to be seeing kind of get down to a massive deficit against such an experienced force like T1. Yes, T1, they looked a bit shaky against Varel, but if they get rolling today, they are easily a good enough team to close this series out 2-0 over a lineup that's kind of still trying to put things together. So I think it's a good time to just see if you can settle the nerves a little bit, get in there early with a bit of a chat and say, hey guys, look, this is what we're going to do in this upcoming round or two.
Credit to him, I think, given the artwork and the signs that we've been seeing, T1 nailing it with a mascot. Saying, I'll just make a thing that looks like a Pokemon. It'll just...
I hear that's all the rage these days.
Fandom.
Yeah, I hear that's the rage.
It was the rage when I was a child, and somehow it still is.
Me too, funnily enough. That goes back a few years.
Well, I'll get ready to take a listen in. Team Secret. See if they're going to be able to pull off at Thrifty. Much sheriffs across the board side from Kelly, yes. So we'll have a listen to the Team Secret and see exactly if they're going to be able to pilot this one to success and get on the board.
Jump spot mid. I don't see anything on mid.
I already flash this, okay.
Because I'm gonna recon outside B and I'm gonna move to A.
Okay.
They take market.
Up
Updraft, Jet is mid.
Jet is mid?
Yep, Jet is mid.
Running short.
Okay,
let's go deep.
Can you fight A shot? Can we come and fight this mid? He updraft last scene, okay? Maybe on top. We can come and flash and fight this. Come closer.
A shot. Wait. Space. Ready, boys?
I'm ready.
Go
close. 47.
Nothing here.
I flash again.
Top mid.
I mean, it's good from Secret. You can see that the gears are turning, assessing this and figuring it out. Unfortunately, Meteor just scaling forward a little bit more than they were ready for. Flash not able to catch him, and of course playing the Jet. Just dashes out. Meteor just getting away with murder.
Yeah, not really much for Nats to do here apart from attempt some economic damage. Nothing to be had. 4-0 for T1. Starting to see this come back together for T1. I was certainly worried about them earlier on in this week. We know the level that they can hit, and it's kind of good to see them getting underway nice and early here. You don't want to see them really roll over and die in a super week either. Maybe in the same fashion that Nongshim faced in week 1. Went down 0-2 there. T1 will be a little bit of a mishap for them to suffer the same fate here as well. Nor would I really want to see Team Secret get like a quote-unquote freebie, you know, against T1. If they're going to beat T1, I think they will have to work for it, and I'd like to see them at their best. Right now, Team Secret don't really seem to be given too many options.
Oh, DH is so low on health.
It's good damage for sure. Nice little set piece from Team Secret. Doesn't quite get the opening pick, but it gives T1 some pause for thought.
Well, Odin's still in position to try to slow things up, but oh, that's going to be the drone out, and Meteor able to collect the one. Sylvan, turn over to the side. Gets rid of that. As DH, he's slipping the net. He's going to get this backstab on the Phoenix.
Spike down mid.
Keep going and actually maybe look for Nats. DH does get Kelly S in the end. As he ports back.
Just found the corpse. Didn't go for the knife. Didn't go full-blown scream on him, but still is able.
That's big.
Get that big punish, and that is so smart.
has got the site control as well. You can see that deep trip that he's been able to put in.
Buzz gets orb, picks up Spike, plant on the B site.
Beautiful stuff from T1. Very, very comfortable, as you can see. Just working through this like it's really nothing. Everything going to plan. Obviously not 100% sure that this B site is clear, but they are reasonably under that impression.
Oh, pretty much having it confirmed now. Still the cam set up here for Nat's a toggle. Waiting until they get scaled forward, but DH just behind the switch here with that cam of his own. Spot on the one, you have to suspect that they're going to be playing together. And we're now going to be cleared out, and it's going to be 3-2-1 forward. Sylvan able to find the one, but damage suffered down to 33. Izu has that Hunter's Fury if it does come down to it.
Might well.
I'd love to just rely on Buzz to be able to seal the deal on this, though. Push game ready to come in, finds the first, finds the second. The ult can remain in the back pocket, and
yes.
T1 can remain flawless in the round count.
That is best case scenario for T1. Ripping the Hunter's Fury there. As you said, it would have been the insurance policy, but if you can hold it, you can use it in the next round. Buzz makes it, honestly, look kind of easy in the 2v1 as well. It seems as though everybody on T1 is well and truly switched on. No HP for Sylvan didn't make it any easier for him, to be fair, but T1 now up 5-0, and that hope, I guess, that we all came into this with for Team Secret seems to be dissipating pretty quickly.
I mean, it's a couple different factors here, but the team you're playing against, a caliber player that is there on T1, a young roster for Team Secret, and this is also T1's map pick, so I'm willing to withhold lion's share of judgments until we get to that haven. If they're not able to find their footing there, then it's going to be pretty rough around the edges and not what you want to be seeing. But for now, Kelly's considering a peek. We'll just go for the molly. A little mild exchange of them here as Izu taking some damage, but this time not to be burnt to a crisp. DH on the scale forward. Will lose his life to Sylvan. Very nice shots out. That's going to be a weapon recovered.
Not going to change the plan for T1. They still want to look for this B side.
That's found Munchkin. Meteor. He wants to try to close the gap. Goes up and over the top. But now they're widely boxed in. That's found another 3 kills for him. It's Buzz.
Ooh.
Having to try to clutch it out. Finds the first 2, but it would be a monstrous round for him. A backbreaker for Team Secret. Face in, and Buzz! Oh, he gets it close, but he can't quite get it done. Sylvan did, in fact, shoot, and that's going to be a thrifty to get Team Secret their first round win.
Man, he was so close to recovering that for T1. But you're right, I think the big important point is that is the thrifty for Team Secret that gets them finally on the board. Sylvan shooting nicely. Of course, Nats as well. The 3K with the Sheriff. T1 were not prepared for that one at all, and despite some heroics from Buzz, it's not quite going to be enough. He really did know where that swing was going to come from. Not the end of the world, though, for T1. They have built themselves up enough of a lead that they don't have to be worried about losing that round, especially if they can pick this next one up. That said, Zeus with an op in hand. Circumstances change. He can be a real impact player with this operator. We've seen it in the past, and we're going to hope to see it again. He wants to get involved. You can see he's still playing the close angle. That's going to force him away.
Those trips now being surrendered over, and the Hunter's Fury getting the tag. Nats, however, will find Meteor. Puts Munchkin on the floor as well. That is not going to be much of a resible position, as Kelly shows. Peek out of market to be able to find Buzz. Flash in, Kelly catching DH.
1 enemy remaining.
And now it is just Izu walking into an Odin spray and quickly shutting it down.
Yeah, 0 damage done as well. So Izu can definitely think about getting this one done. He'll be able to rotate quickly over to A, beats Zeus out of that line. Plant can go through, doesn't have the Hunter's Fury, of course, so just has to get it done the good old-fashioned way, but a couple of shock darts still in the back pocket here. If he brings this down to a 1v1, maybe there's something on for Izu.
It's a double approach from heaven.
I think that's the way to go if you're Team Secret here. Just trade each other out.
But not breaking the door really limits the angles of approach. Molly up and over the top. Now he knows exactly where they're coming from. Stunned. Just waiting this out. Tucked into the corner, wanting to give his position away. Fast lane set up. Tap of the spike. No, full stick. It's Recon. Keeps Kelly from trying to scale forward, and Izu, I think he's got this one done. Shocker to try to find some additional damage. And oh, what a fadeaway shot! That is absolute filth from Izu.
Izu just styles on them. He made that look so easy. I would have thought he was the one in the 2, not the 1. That was too clean, and another clutch going the way of T1. Similar again, obviously, to Buzz just at the backside there in the boathouse. An easy 2K. Man.
That is so intelligently played by Izu. And Zeus wanting to try to just get that hold to half, maybe thinking that he was playing from main, has the fast lane to try to obfuscate for now, but
yeah.
Izu waiting out that relay bolt. Absolutely sold that round, and Zeus has just sold his ult for nothing.
They just wanted to full send it down mid alone. I guess the plan here for Team Secret was just to try to crunch T1, but as soon as Zeus goes down, you don't have that stopping power outside of A either. Sylvan with a rifle is not going to get it done alone. And Nats, who was the hero of the last Thrifty for Team Secret, this time would have to win a 1v4, and obviously that is a pretty intolerable prospect for him.
DH has this red, though. Yeah, quick cleanup, a merciful kill, 7-1.
Not good signs for Team Secret. Granted, it is T1's map pick, but
you're also playing this from the defender side to start. And dropping the pistol, give a hot start to T1, already a little bit concerning, but only that one Thrifty to really speak of does not bode well.
Nice. Nice.
Timeout.
And that's the second timeout call.
yeah, 8 rounds in, we've got, well, now 9 rounds in, I suppose. We've got the 2 timeouts already gone for Team Secret. Even if they do put together a bit of a recovery in this half, it means there's nothing to work with in the second half. So it will be an uphill battle for the 5 players alone. But, you know, there's no point holding on to that tack timeout into the second half because there might not be much of a second half the way we're going at the moment. Everybody having a good day today for T1. 9-2 for Izu, the standout, but Buzz there, 10-4. TH and Meteor also delivering.
And compared to the first outing, already, massive improvements for Buzz.
Yeah.
Moving back over, it seems like he's, you know, kind of shaken off the rust quite a bit. I was talking about it before when we saw him move over to playing the, you know, the Omen of the Harbor. This was basically his original role when he was playing alongside Munchkin back on C9 Korea.
On the other side of the coin as well, Zeus, who has kind of been the centerpiece of this Team Secret roster so far this season, has been pulling off some really nice maps, some very nice plays. He's just not got it going so far today. 2-8, and that is a huge lack in firepower for Team Secret as a result. So going to have to find a way to turn that around, otherwise this is very quickly going to be a map 1 in the bag for T1.
I'm not going to be able to quite suss out that market position, but sees nothing at Pizza. Meanwhile, answering drone. Meteor just is trying to stay tucked away.
Enemy tag.
2 targets going to be seen, so decent information gathered here by Team Secret.
Here.
Meteor about to walk right in face-to-face alongside a Judge here, potentially. Even if that full flash connects from Munchkin, assuming that he chucks one in there. Just hold down M1, you should be good for at least a kill.
Shotgun versus shotgun off. Which one wins?
Well, considering the jiggling, I think it's going to be Meteor, but no. Shots end up going wide on both sides, but damage is still going to be suffered. For now, a bit of a stalemate.
Meteor's still keen for it.
30 seconds left.
Well, DH at the same time trying to see if he can find an opening here at B, but to no avail. Time is ticking away. 20 seconds remaining. Spike is here on this tree side. Zeus able to find Meteor at long last, but Munchkin swapped to the shorty, able to find that kill, but now has to get himself forward onto the side to get that plant in play.
Yeah, Buzz is already so deep, so T1 know they've got that side.
There's the molly. Quick reposition though. Munchkin now going to be committing for this one. Buzz! What a coverage shot!
Exactly where you are.
Absolutely necessary.
One enemy remaining.
Gets the follow-up as well. Styron will fall. Swing out. Nats able to find the one. As well invested. 8 bullets remaining. Munchkin, a little bit of ring around the rosy. Swinging here at Jen. Spot out. Nats isolating it down. Shock dart going to be chucked in. It ends up going a little bit past him, and Izu eventually will be able to find it. A labored spray, but It connects all the same.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Nats because it's pretty much unwinnable at that point. You have to make a mistake as the Sober in that situation to lose that fight. You have to miss your shots, and to be fair, I guess you're right in saying that Izu, it was a laboured spray, but it's still such a potent position for him that it is pretty much unwinnable. This though from Buzz, I really love the position that he found himself in, the 2K that he got there, enough to pretty much seal the deal for T1. And again, they are just giving no quarter over to the new kids on the block in T1. And Spin is devastated. It's tough watching, I'm sure, as the Team Secret fans have to take heart in the fact that Haven is their map next. Even if Ascent is not going to go their way, there is still hope in this series, as we've seen from Nongshim in our first. Another easy start for T1 here, though. They get themselves the orb over towards B. A lot of space in B main there as well, and even Meteor pretty progressed up in middle, so lots of options on offer here for T1. You'll start to see DH making his way forward as well, if need be, over towards A main. They hear the steps from Team Secret.
Izu just backpedaling over the tiles, faces forward, clears the drone. Trying to give him a little bit of bait here. And, well, they're latching onto it. Can they find the kills? Oh, it's just util in hand from Kellius. Can't get the molly out fast enough with Siren Sylvan. Something to say about it, perhaps. They find a volley, but nothing more.
It's a bit of a jump scare there for Styron, turning around, and there's a guy behind you. 9-1, T1. It looked like they, for a moment, were going to have a problem there, but in the end, it's really a moot point.
We've seen the tiles crunch so many times. This was tiles bait. Perfectly prepared for this push out. Izu just giving them enough of a glimpse.
Yeah, nice. Really nice stuff from Izu. And good coverage in the back end there from Buzz and DH as the insurance fund. This is going swimmingly for T1. A lot of ultis online here as well. Hunter's Fury going to be, again, a big deal. Izu farming that up so quickly. 3 kills in that previous round. Has it online again.
Null Command pulsing out to an empty A site. Zeus here in mid. He gets the wallbang shot, but it's not good enough for the kill. DH survives.
This might be available here too.
I mean, should get it. For a second, I thought he was just going to troll Munchkin and leave him dead on the floor. Reses him back in eventually. Yep. Meanwhile, Izu just hightail it out, get towards Gelato. You've got a Hunter's Fury.
Exactly. You can get in the backpack, mate. You might not even be required. Flash around the corner, though. Kelly's going to have a crack.
He's able to jump off the top of Heaven this time without dying. DH is going to be intercepted, though. Sylvan wise to read that flank. Finds the one, but Meteor. Here we go again. I mean, T1 are just dancing around Team Secret. Ooh, hello. Mild jump scare. Meanwhile, Sylvan with the backstab.
Unfortunate reality is, though Team Secret are getting themselves some entries onto this site, it's just not going to matter. There's no time available, and even if there was time, again, you've still got Izu there with the Hunter's Fury, which, by the way, is going to go through to the next round as well.
Now to the final.
Oh, finally one
more grim for Team Secret, as now the double digits are secured for T1.
Round in the half.
They're working hard to try to get a quick finish today.
I mean, that is just criminal. Absolutely criminal. I mean, I don't know how much more energy and despair you have to expel if you're Spin down there. I think at this point, you just have to resign yourself to focusing on that Haven. Letting that be your bastion of hope. I mean, it was sounding like Night Owl at the end of Watchmen with that scream.
Team Secret are going to try something a little bit more proactive in this final round of the half. It was very similar to their early start. Aggressive into middle. This time a crunch.
Great peek there from Siren. Zizu, okay. Takes Zeus low, but can't take him down.
A-side's taken, though, by T1. Door's going to be closed, and you've got the late lurk of DH.
Spike is at switch. They still have the cross here. Buzz barely able to find it. Doesn't step forward into the molly.
Can't get the plant here.
He's alone, though.
Doesn't chance the plant. Just going to tuck back into balcony.
If you can find this one. Oh, he'd have an opening, but he doesn't get the spot out. Oh, an elbow showing. Zeus trying to find that kill. Will be able to get DH, and now it's all down to Buzz, and Zeus will manage to make it happen. So 2-10 at the half. Team Secret trailing behind T1. Give themselves as much of a shout as they could.
A little bit of fortune at the back end there for Team Secret. That swing from DH, if he cleans up Zeus, then that again could be another round that goes the way of T1. But they get themselves something. I don't know. I want to have some faith. I want to try to give you guys an idea of maybe Team Secret being able to come back in this second half, but it just seems like everything is against them at the moment. 2 rounds is really not enough, even with a pistol round win. T1 are on a bit of a rampage at the moment. They've got individuals firing. You're getting multi-kills through from Buzz, from Izu. You know, you're getting good coverage from the rest of the fellas as well. 304 ACS in that first half from Buzz, 15 kills. He's having a phenomenal time, and it's very hard to stop that kind of train. I mean, another, you know, similar result, I guess, to what we saw in that game against Paper X yesterday. That was a huge comeback from DFM, 7 rounds in a row. You need even more than that here.
Yeah, I mean, you need everything. You need this to be absolute perfection. So they do exactly what we saw T1 do.
Asking for perfection from a team that is, you know, in their infancy still is, I think, a little bit ambitious.
Let Meteor snipe. Oh, he's moving to the defender side, so I think that fans' wishes shall be rewarded eventually.
Yeah, particularly if I was, well, actually.
If the game goes long enough for him to be able to get one.
I was going to say, I'm not sure he's going to get time to get an op here, but...
Marshall counts.
Yeah, it's the pistol version, I suppose.
We're in a new era. We don't need the air stats like that.
Go, go, go.
Well, imperative pistol here for Team Secret, I think, is the captain obvious statement. Meteor round the corner into 3. Will lose his life immediately to give a little bit of an easier time forward here for Team Secret.
Zeus able to find Munchkin. Buzz tagged to 20. Grab off that Sheriff, but it's going to have to be so very accurate with it. And we'll be able to find Zeus, giving DH and Izu as much of a shout as he can. But look at Sylvan. He is reading these flanks incredibly well at every twist and turn.
Somehow Izu's gotten out of there alive. DH.
Instant headshot. Sylvan wise to it yet again, and now just Izu. And here's the frenzy. Okay. Exact start that they needed. Pistol goes the way of Secret.
I'm not sure we're back just yet. But that is about as good as it's going to get so far for Team Secret.
This is going to take a while before we start to become convinced.
Yeah.
But we'll see. This is where you should be able to extract the most amount of value from this composition as well as from Zeus. You've got the double duelist. You've got him on that Neon. I want to see the aggression coming through. That's where he has been thriving. That's all. 1 kill in the pistol, but prior to that, that last round closed out that 3K he got. He doubled his kill count, so start to come online.
No real investment as to be expected from T1 here. Just the 1 and 4 split. You've left Meteor to his own devices over in mid towards B to see if he can maybe dissuade Team Secret from heading in that direction, or at least spot out some information. And so far, this seems to be, to an extent, playing into the hands of T1. If the hit does come through to A, that'll be really the only way that T1 can actually win this round. You would still need a bit of a fumble from Team Secret to actually have that happen. There's a trip there. You go through that. Maybe things get a bit awkward.
Munchkin sends out the 0 point. They can start to make some rotations, but he's just keeping it tabled for now. He wants to try to shut down that executil, but it's instead going to be leaning over towards B, where it's just Meteor with a bandit. Meanwhile, goodbye.
Well, who brings a knife to a gunfight? Apparently Munchkin.
Dead, and now that they've seen the Neon, they're still going to continue to think that this is going to be that A hit. So, bad news about to be received. There's a couple shots out, not to find a connection. Now the reveal in. Meteor blinded up, just corralled into a corner, absolutely screwed.
What are you going to do? It is like going into the playground and 1v9 each other really there. Nothing he could do. Couldn't see, couldn't do anything, couldn't move anywhere. Izu, though, gets the better of Zeus.
And even with a Marshall, this would take some insane heroics. But they do have an opportunity to maybe put a little bit more of a dent in. Need to get 3 kills to really find any kind of economic damage.
Info given on to Nats. Whether that helps T1 all that much, this setup is looking really strong.
Yeah, it seems like they just want to keep him boxed in, trying to play this for exits. See what they can get. Weapons to be juggled over as KaliS wants to try to get this ult online one way or the other, whether it's in a kill or death will be the former. As Izu, okay. He definitely does make them feel the pain a little bit here. Another couple kills found will go down to the spike, and Team Secret carry over a Vandal.
I feel the strain.
Pretty routine stuff really in the end for Team Secret, but losing a couple of guns on the back end there will be less than ideal. It's going to force the sort of weaker bonus round out. See what they end up with. Reinvestment coming through. Costly. 0 in the bank for Sylvan.
Yeah, way less behind this if they can't get this bonus converted.
Watch your eye.
They're not messing around though. They take that immediate A main control.
And the runner back going to be sent. Relay bolt clears out heaven. As KaliS storming his way forward. T1 just playing this very safely, very patiently. 4v4 for this retake, given that the Cypher's still a little ways away. Styron just lurking, trying to see if he can catch anything in mid.
Yeah, still got the drone as well for Styron here to see if he can just slow T1 down a little bit.
Styron meant that.
Blaze walls up. As well, T1 gonna have to get a wriggle on now.
Zeus, the first contact there at heaven, able to find the first kill. The H gonna be struck down. Munchkin able to find one in exchange. KaliS dead with Sylvan. Finding a second. Drop down to his demise. Sylvan picks up the 3K, and Team Secret pick up a bonus conversion of their own.
Okay, now you can maybe start to at least hope or believe maybe that this could be possible for Team Secret. It is a monumental comeback required, but that is the way to do it. Yes, it was a little bit more awkward in the anti-eco. We did have to see a bit more of a reinvestment into this bonus round, but they need every round they can get, and they've got this one at the very least. Job gets a little bit easier going forward now that they've won one. They have that self-belief. It will be an eco coming out from T1, so you won't be expecting too much out of them here, but we are going to have a listen in and see how T1 go about putting this round together.
아예 버려볼게 영찬아. B쪽 그냥 같이 밀 생각하면 미드 스모크 사이퍼. 나 좀 이따 캠 사이퍼 나이프 찍히면 잡으러 가서 해볼래? 미드 스모크. 이 나이프 한번 찍어볼게 타이밍으로. 앞에 나가 있으면 안 돼. 그 타이밍에 캠 한번 해줄래? 나갈게. 캠 안 보여. 슈거 깎게? 이러면 나 B 땡겨. A 간 거 같은데? A 간 거 같다. A맨 조심해봐. A 리딩 해봐. A 리딩 해봐. A 채우자 이제 나머지. A맨 뺑리콘. 나 연막 8초. 이렇게 해줄래? A 올라간다. A 올라간다. 너할게. 나 풀박이야. 메인. 블라드 연막 안 돼. 와이 3초. 이거 A 올 거야. 블레. 오른쪽 있다 형.
Oh, Nat's not ready. Spotted at the one player, thought he had closed off that sight line, but Izu was able to find it meanwhile.
Yeah, now they're going to get a little corralled into the A side.
He's just got them all lined up. Izu. What a monstrous Hunter's Fury.
It was like shooting fish in a barrel, to be fair. They're all down the lane, and he just said, thank you very much. I'll take 2, please.
Oh, just everyone stuck in a hallway.
Go, go, 30 seconds
He's
left.
old boy with a hammer. Knocks him out. Buzz for the follow-up will end up falling to Sylvan when Munchkin's got it, and that's a thrifty for T1.
Yeah,
to punch back.
Don't show the reaction of Spin, because I'm sure that one he would really have not been happy with. You know, you just when you start to believe, just when there's some hope coming back on in, Hunter's Fury ripped out here, and it's almost impossible to miss at that point. Double kill for Izu there with the Hunter's Fury. One obviously to start the round out, and then at that point it's pretty much over. You've got players already on the site, ready and waiting for T1. They pull off a thrifty of their own. 11-5, and this map will be very quickly coming to a close, you would think. Team Secret had their opportunity and they've let it slip.
Fight in towards mid. Minor damage going to be suffered by KaliS. Zeus having to backpedal away, and Buzz TPing into the corner. I'm not sure if that would have been red. Paranoia was out, so Zeus might not have had the audio on that one. Meanwhile, DH trying to take some space outside of B, but there you go. I don't think they had any idea. Buzz just quickly clearing that corner. KaliS with the trade, but now traded out.
Yeah, that mid-crunch just a little bit too good for T1. Team Secret now running out of options. Only place they've really got any control, any semblance of control, is over towards B, so that ultimately seems like it's going to end up having to be the decision that they do go for. Ult orb is collected. Still no movement from T1. This is really on the shoulders now of DH.
Pretty reliable shoulders. Well, drone will spot him out.
Not the easiest thing to do to hold a site alone, and now you've got this late lurk from Sylvan. Munchkin's watching for it. Easy one tap.
30 seconds
now
left.
just 2 remaining for Team Secret, and I think the jig is up. T1 pretty aware. DH clearly very aware.
He's got all the info that he needs. Can't quite find that kill, but gives his team the best possible chance. Recon will be avoided, but there's only so many places that he could go.
Siren's got a dart of his own. That's really all he's got to work with here, apart from sharp shooting. And it's too much to ask for. So T1 get to 12. Seemed like a bit of an inevitability in that round. They just had way too much control from the outset. Team Secret have faltered here against one of the best teams in the Pacific. Can't necessarily blame them, but I know that we had hoped for more. They were such an impressive looking force in that first week, but perhaps some work still to do. That said, I'm not going to judge them off of this first map just yet.
Yeah.
I want to see what they bring to the table on their own map pick. You heard the desk sort of saying maps 2 and 3 were a little bit more favorable, obviously, for Team Secret. Map 1 was the wild card. It was the question mark. I don't think we can write them off in this series off the back of what potentially here will be a bit of a thumping defeat on Ascent. Let's just wait until we get to see what Haven looks like first.
Well, looking for a Tiles Crunch. Meteor will end up onto the wayside of Buzz. He's TP'd in behind them, and they're lit up like a Christmas tree.
That will be very much it. T1 here, 4-on-1. They're not going to be letting this one slip. DH from behind will get Styron. Map 1 goes the way of T1 with a nice set play out of B. They had that in the back pocket for a good while, and it has worked out to perfection to finish off at least this first map. There's really not a whole lot positive to take away for Team Secret. They were, again, I'll say the same thing as I said for GE. I think their own worst enemies. Definitely some moments where Team Secret ought to have gotten a little bit more done, but they didn't. T1 showing they were a little bit more experienced, and obviously a little
नया आ रहा है थोड़ा सब्सक्राइब करो थोड़ा आपको लाइक करो देखो जल्दी नहीं
also can contribute to this. So as we step into Haven, I want to see Team Secret bring out their very best. They've been working so hard towards something like this. As we bring out the agent comps now, what are we thinking on both sides?
There's no shocks here, especially for Team Secret. This is their bread and butter. They love to play this. I think when we talk about the individuals though, Zeus is someone we want to see bounce back. He's had huge maps here on Haven. We know he has it in him, but he has to turn this series around right now.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, Secret starting out on the defense. We talked about their aggression. We'll see if that's going to be more effective than it was starting out that game of Ascent. Once again, T1 will set the pace on this attacking side. It's really just a question of how quickly they're going to go. Now that they're also almost playing a mirror here, the only difference in comp between these two is the Sentinel choice.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting indeed. And Meteor on that chamber. Oh, that should be a treat for sure. We've been seeing Meteor really step up lately compared to how he's been in stage 1. So it's been so exciting. We're going to step into Haven right now with Elfish Guy and somebody who cannot wait for the Team Secret comeback, Achilles.
I mean, yes. Unironically, yes. That would be great to see. I want to see a much more competitive map from Team Secret coming into this one. They've been looking very much on the up and up as of late. The additions of changes being made ahead of stage 2. Off to a very good start in their initial series. T1, yeah, huge team, big name, but still want to be seeing them punch above their weight.
I agree on all fronts. I really want to see Team Secret at their best here on Haven. I think when they play well, they are one of the more exciting teams to watch in Pacific, and they've definitely displayed that over the first week or two. It's just not come together there on Ascent. Maybe unfamiliar territory, not too comfortable there. I think we give them the benefit of the doubt here and see what they can bring to the table on Haven, where we have seen a little bit more success in the past. Zeus, again, his confident self looking to push his way down C-Long with the backup of a couple more teammates.
DH about to be under a good amount of pressure potentially, but no, will back away. And meanwhile, slide in from Izu, able to find a kill. Nat's dead. Zeus now gone as Buzz as well. It's a piece of the action. It's all just falling to the wayside.
No. Oh, no. Unfortunately, it seems like it's going to be more of the same from Ascent because T1 have picked up where they've left off. Kind of just rolling on in and shooting them in the face.
Hacker side pistol, and maybe even a flawless one at that. DH just lingering here within the smoke. It's all a bit of a trap, but oh, does get caught off guard. I think I just heard him scream bloody murder.
Yeah, he definitely did scream.
Hopefully we have that in the replay. EVS, if you're listening, you're not, but
not to us, certainly.
Chuck it in there. Okay. I mean, the spike, unfortunately, is not here. But Kelly, yes, absolutely is.
He's retaking the wrong side, but hold on. Does he?
He's got time. He's got plenty of time.
No way.
I mean, Izu.
Nah, no way.
He knows where he's at. And Izu will, or Munchkin. I'm so used to seeing him on the Sova now. Yeah. Munchkin secures around, my bad.
I was saying
Izu's
no
on
way.
Neon.
I was saying no way, but I was kind of like, you know what? There is kind of a way here.
That would have been a hilarious and mental breaking way for them to surrender this pistol over. This is Izu, of course, that first kill.
Yep. On the Neon this game.
I'll reconnect the wiring in my brain here.
Yeah, I imagine Izu, after that last map, was feeling pretty good. So happy to probably be on that Neon, get the opportunity to have a bit more of an impact in the fragging department once again. Actually going to go back over the top there of A-Long. Just a little spot in from T1. Cursory glance, really no commitment there. Happy to take a bit more of a reserved approach again to this round, just to see what Team Secret are up to. See if that drone spots any information out. There's nothing really going at the moment. Team Secret happy to hold themselves back towards that B side at the moment. It seems like the curveball is really going to be what they're looking for to try to actually open this round up. But T1 doing a good job of exploring over towards C. Just got a couple of guys money manning. Munchkin over towards A. Meteor over towards C. Information starting to be put together here that Team Secret are not on C, so you can take that spike into C, get the plant for free.
Well, Garage going to be cleared out. Meteor now on a walkabout as Buzz planting his feet there within his own molly. Able to find a kill. Kelly S going to be taken down, and so far T1 doing well to just push them back. Zeus falling means that Flawless is looking decently likely here. See what Styron can get done. But Widely probably just wants to stay tucked back and die to the spike. I mean, got it, Buzz. Found him with these shots. He's already got the ult online, so he doesn't even need the kill.
It's just a question of who gets that ult charge, and it will be DH. 2-0, the start. A good one for T1.
Doesn't need to scream this time. Gets the kill. Well, 2-0 into the bonus. And it's going to be a hell of a lot of weaponry in the hands of T1 to try to make this one happen.
What's the option of choice for Team Secret now they've got the guns in hand? They can have a little bit more of an impact on how this round plays out. Kelly S has got runner back charged up pretty fast.
Well, that pistol, the kill's coming through, doing wonders for him. Zeus holding back, but it's going to be Sylvan from up above there on the B side, able to find that opening kill. So Izu going to be taken down. Damage suffered, though, with Sylvan. And tagged to 11.
Good high-low setup, though, for Team Secret. Really unwinnable for Izu. The best case, he could have gone maybe 1-for-1, but he was always a dead man there. The initial setup much better for Team Secret this time around, and for T1, they now have to start thinking about what Plan B looks like. Blaze Wall up into Garage to try and add some pressure to that C side of the map. Meanwhile, Spike is back on its way over toward A. Feels as though this might just be a round that comes down to the contact plays from T1. They're going to walk their way towards C, they're going to walk their way towards A at the same time and see if they can find themselves a pick on either sides of those maps.
From Nats. Meanwhile, Meteor, silent skill forward, doesn't have any exit strategy here. And Sylvan finds the perfect timing. Keeping him alive, and Nats, what a hold!
Yeah, Nats, I mean, he was actually very good for Team Secret on Haven the last time I watched. So he really starting to come into his own. I think he was probably the standout in that opening map as well in this series for Team Secret. Not that it was, you know, anything too outrageous, but at least his performance has been picking up after week one. A little bit of a slow start, but now that he seems a bit more comfortable on the stage, starting to make a bit of noise, feeling better about things. Heard a lot of good things about Nats coming into Team Secret from the guys that have been covering the Challengers region for a little while. I think we are starting to get to see a little bit of that. But again, a pretty rudimentary round there from T1, frankly. They didn't really put too much into it. They didn't really show their hand to Team Secret. That was very much a, okay, we're down 4-on-5. We're just going to see if we can win this by walking into a site. And obviously, you're not going to get away with that at this level. So Team Secret punishing T1 there and now asking a few more questions of them in the following round.
Cage Pop at Garage. No one really able to try to cheat forward. Just going to be maintaining position outside of that as T1. Meanwhile, pretty suspicious about this position as Izu. Trying to clear him out. Full confirmation now as Relay Bolt's going to be exchanged, but it's going to be DH, that added little layer. He's able to find the kill. Styron having the backpedal away. Revealed out Paranoia. Forced back, but Meteor will fall. Nats again delivering. Gets rid of that flanker, and now is going to be the one trying to wrap around. Catch them off guard. Quick rescale back, though, from Munchkin. Watching for this, gets tucked away, and this is not going to be read whatsoever. Oh, God. Sunset of the previous series has me
we've
on
seen
a
this
knife's
position.
edge every time somebody starts whiffing their shots.
Izu could get some work done as well. It's been a potent position this week, and often remained uncleared.
Joke's over.
Paranoia going to be sent through, looking to try to clear the corner, and will be able to do so. Kelly, yes, losing out on the ultimate, but Buzz now dead. Sylvan doing wonders is now Munchkin. Trying to clutch it out. A 1v3, but Sylvan will stand just a little bit taller. 5-2-0, and that's going to be us tied up at 2-2.
That was looking very grim for a moment for Team Secret, but in the end, T1 just whiffing a couple of shots. Izu, this time obviously not getting away with the cutout hold. Something that we saw a couple of times working out for the person in that position over the course of this week, but it seems like Team Secret not going to be making that mistake. Good clearance from Sylvan, and you know, a couple quick aim duels for Sylvan going the way of Team Secret, and T1 immediately find themselves with Munchkin solo. So just one thing after the other kind of going wrong for T1 in that pose plan, and Team Secret back in the conversation at 2-2. Like we said, we don't necessarily want to draw too many conclusions from that opening map of Ascent, but yeah.
Why Media took full armor. Oh, break of the wrist though. Izu smoothing that movement, but Styron still able to find himself a second. Blaze Wall going to be pushed up. Silva takes that timing through, and Buzz just cannot get the gun out in time.
Meteor with the headhunter very low, trying to walk his way into B, so there won't be anything to come from that round for T1 in the end, despite the start. But yeah, I mean, what I was saying is Team Secret maybe starting to look a little bit more comfortable here on Haven, showing us a bit more what to expect out of them. The new guy of the previous split, Zeus, coming into this Team Secret lineup maybe the last week or two of the stage. Had a couple of highlight moments for himself there and at the early parts of this stage as well, but as of yet 0-4. So if he starts to come online, then this Team Secret roster is really on here on Haven.
As Sylvan, where were you off to, Sylvan?
That's not worked out.
Okay, I mean, a cheeky attempt here, but unfortunately it just completely falls to the wayside for Team Secret. Zeus now trying to break something open on this A side of the map, but instead we'll just get broken down. And it looks like a bit of a set play ends up getting botched, and it's just going to be T1 tying it at 3-3, you would suspect.
Yeah, that really does seem like a mis-executed play into middle. It was certainly something that Team Secret had intended, but whether or not maybe a piece of util missed, a flash didn't connect.
Speaking of missed,
a timing was off, I don't know.
Styron has gone missed.
For now.
But they read this. They're still very cognizant. I mean, and that's just... I have to suspect Munchkin making the call saying, okay, there's a gap here. Meteor scaled. We didn't clear sewers.
Yep.
Watch for this.
Yep.
And they're able to find it brilliantly. So now Matt's nothing really more to do but to try to just hold on to this weapon. But for T1, yeah, Cash isn't super great, but I think you would love to send Buzz. He's one away from having that run it back online again, but he's still just going to be stagnating on A for now.
Yeah, might as well have a little bit of a look here. DH seems to be pretty aware,
gun barrel,
and he has spotted him, so Paranoia is going to go through.
Yeah, chuck it. Still has to close the gap. Turn it off.
It happens.
Cut the feed.
16 HP. Who's going to get the kill in the end? It is going to be Meteor, so...
I mean, that was kind of a bad from DH, but a win-win whether it was Buzz or Meteor, because now he's got a tour de force online.
Correct. Could just drop that rifle over and play with the ulti in this round, save a bit of cash on the behalf of T1.
I just got beaten into mid there.
Very heads-up play from T1. It's very strange, isn't it? Like, it looks like Team Secret, you know, they're coming back into it, looking a bit competitive, and then a round just goes really quite pear-shaped, and T1 close it out easily. In the end, Meteor is going to hold on to that Vandal.
Operator online. For now, going to be avoided. As, okay, aggressive Hunter Siri here from Munchkin, just checking all the usual spots to try to see if he can find anything, but Nats is so far gone unscouted, but now it's going to be paranoid up. Kellyes, however, from backside, able to peel back some pressure, finds a kill. Meanwhile, Sylvan arriving on the scene, guns down 2.
Just not clean enough on the entries there, T1. That wayward spray, the labored spray, as the Team Secret players jump their way out of the dark cover, is where that round starts to fall apart for T1. It's obviously not over just yet. Meteor has scaled his way up into the B site. Munchkin is on his way, although not too quickly. Doesn't want to make too much noise. It seems as though Team Secret are happy to play for the retake either on B or on A.
Yeah, 4v2, there's no reason to split up from here. Just play like a pack.
Meteor, I wonder if he wants to just try to activate somewhere here before the plan. If he could try and look for a 1v1, take a bit of space, even if he gets into the defensive spawn.
Well, in the end, that's going to be a rendezvous that he's not going to want to take. Put him right there pretty much into the open, I do believe.
Really got to isolate some duels here. Meteor unable to do so.
Munchkin now a 1v4, one single shock dart. Plenty of noise being made, and Styron to hold his own. Okay, off the defuse, back into the lead goes Team Secret.
It's a bit more like it as far as they're concerned. No timeouts coming through just yet either, so all's well in the coaching booth. T1 have a bit of cash to play with, and even if they didn't, they have the overdrive, they have the tour de force, they've got a lot of tools in the arsenal here.
excellent from Sylvan.
Yeah, Buzz just, you know, spamming through the smoke, and then the peak comes out as he's kind of like at the point where you would ordinarily reset the spray. So he just decides, okay, I'm going to commit to the spray, but we all know that that's often not going to go your way. So doesn't go there for T1, but a bit of a half reinvestment. Obviously, Meteor going to take a little bit of a cheaper approach with that tour de force.
Oh, somehow not losing that ult, and Buzz just runs Zeus down. Oh yes, from Heaven, trying to stay alive. Tuck back into the blaze wall, get himself a bit of healing. Site is going to be taken. All three players remaining for Team Secret in position to try to go for this, but it's going to have to be very swift. It's going to have to be precise. Kellius is going to be spammed out. The agent behind him. Buzz cleans up the other, and okay, right back into it.
It was swift, actually. They were already kind of retaking that site before the plant even went down, trying to beat T1 with pace, but in the end, the coverage this time a bit too good for T1. Having said that, it kind of uses everything in the arsenal there. It was run it back, it was overdrive, it was tour de force. T1 used all of their ultimates in that round. They had to ensure that they got that over the line, otherwise it would have been a bit awkward for them going forward. Happy to see that they do get it. But now, just going to have to do it the good old-fashioned way. Nothing in tow going forward. Team Secret, though, have a little bit more to play with. And again, Zeus wants to get aggressive.
Zeus. I don't know if he's quite going to be ready for this.
It would be a hard clear.
If Meteor swings, he's dead.
Yeah.
But Meteor stays in place.
It's just, there's too many angles there that he has to clear, and you're not going to choose the super hard angle to be the first one to clear. So 0-7, Zeus, you know, he's still trying to make things happen. He's still trying to play his role, but it's not working.
Meteor, oh, he gets another one. I was going to say he's scaling out of his rendezvous, but he just wins the fight. Siren now just going to be completely overwhelmed as he realizes that this has all just been Meteor doing Meteor things by himself. Buzz swinging the corner, finding Sylvan. One player left standing that has to go for the save. T1, they're going to gain the lead, and despite the fact that this is still very close and you are starting on the defender side of Haven, I think we should see a timeout call from Secret.
And you can see what a problem it is for Team Secret when Zeus is off his game. We haven't really had to deal with that thus far. I think most of what we've seen from him has been good.
Electric.
But now that he's 0-7, you know, he's typically that guy that is making those early plays in the rounds, especially on the defense with the op, and opening it up for the team, getting the 4-on-5s, getting the space. Somebody else has to take that mantle, and I don't know that there is anyone really capable of filling that role on Team Secret.
They just had it so narrowed down. Swoop in from Buzz, this time able to find it with a spray and pray, and yeah, the timer will get stopped, so seems like Spin and I very much on the same page here as far as Secret needing to get a bit of assistance.
Yeah, and I do wonder what you say here, because obviously you want Zeus to be playing his natural game, and that aggression is his natural game, but it's very clearly being dealt with today by T1, so I almost wonder if you're in the coaching booth right here, are you just saying to Zeus, hey mate, look, it's obviously not working today, let's take a step back and see if we can maybe play a little bit more of a reserved style, see if we can get you into the game somewhere, because it's obviously not ideal to have you going in and dying every single round. And it's not that I'm trying to really single Zeus out, you know what I mean? Like, these things happen. Well, you're in a role that has to make aggressive plays. Sometimes that's not going to work. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. But if it's not working, what's plan B? What do we do here to try to fix this? Because we need to make lemonade out of the lemons right here as Team Secret.
Yeah, this has just been far too brutal compared to what we have come to expect. I mean, young gun going up against a team that is full of, you know, probably the most veterans that we have here in Pacific, aside from, you know, perhaps Paper Rex. But the performances that we've seen from Zeus don't add up to what we're witnessing at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, so this is a guy who, in the off-season, put up one of the best performances in a best-of-3 that dropped the most kills that you could have seen.
100%. I have to say, I'm a big Zeus fan. I want to put that out there as well. But it's not going to come together every single game. Let's see if Team Secret can get it done, though. Off the back of that timeout. Quick play from T1.
Great
and
shot.
Styron makes it interesting. Pushing mid.
Damn clean. Yeah, triple push and noise being made on the T1 side. All quiet on the Secret front.
Oh, this is a diabolical setup from Team
Styron
Secret.
can just try to maybe bait them forward. Munchkin starting to assess this. Doesn't have a recon to check it, though.
Surely you can't be jumping out this window.
Oh. He is teetering on the edge.
They're going back to A. Timing's brilliant from
And they are right in behind him. A couple cursory glances back here as Buzz, yep, he will be watching for it. Munchkin, oh, he finds Kelly, yes. Buzz gets Zeus. What started off so well with a belter of a shot from Styron, it's quickly crumbled to pieces.
You have to give credit to Team Secret for that round.
Absolutely.
There's a lot in it, but T1 are just so switched on. You know, I feel like Team Secret made all the right choices, but T1 very aware, and that is why they are one of the teams that is held in such high regard here in Pacific. Munchkin making no mistake, although it looked like he was dangerously close to going fishing out that window. Pretty comfortable in the end for T1, and this half once again leaning in their favor.
I don't know what Munchkin did during the break after missing out on Masters London, but maybe he got back on the same diet he was on in 2024. Not really certain, but this is him looking like his old self as far as the calling and his understanding of his opponents. Just reading those gaps, knowing exactly what space they've given up. Speaking of which, see sight. Been up here by Team Secret, gonna have to go for this retake. As Hunter's Fury will interrupt the plan and actually does get the tag and the kill. Munchkin gonna be dead. Small as reads is good, his dodging of a Hunter's Fury, not so much. Aggression to be punished though. He's trying to get a catch on that Sova. Meanwhile, facing the corner, Buzz able to just deny the ult away. A fadeaway shot on that, and that's his head. What in the hell is that? He's looking for more, and he will be able to find it. Gets Kelly, yes, that was the higher HP member on that angle.
Oh, he's 1 HP.
Oh, he's just a hair off of it. Meanwhile, Sylvan on the scale for the defuse being stuck, and Sylvan will protect.
Oh.
And after Buzz got away with murder there, that's a big round win to be found here for Secret. A chance to tie this 6-6.
What a heart-stopper of a round for the Team Secret fans, though. That could have gone a very different way if one of those headhunter shots would have connected through the smoke. It's a completely different round. As you say, fade away there from Buzz. Made it look very interesting. But in the end, Team Secret making that retake happen and in with a chance of getting themselves through to that 6th. It has been an up and down half for them, there is no doubt. But again, when you consider that Zeus is 0-9, they have still put together 5 rounds. This is a Team Secret that is fighting hard for this game at the moment.
Okay, minor spam damage. Nothing that Buzz can't heal. For a second, I thought they were just going to stick to that spray and find a quick little kill there in window. Always going to be made outside the garage. Consideration on the wall, but nothing spotted on that drone into A long, and that's got Styron feeling very comfortable to keep his players situated on the other sides of the map. He himself is actually going to rotate. They're giving up a lot of space and just trusting in Zeus with that operator to hold things down at Sewer, and that's exactly why Munchkin will look to just try to clear him out.
Meteor getting on the line. If Kelly S makes a mistake of a little bit too wide of a jiggle, he is going to be a dead man. This is some really good space taken by T1. They might start to think about putting some pressure on B as a result, though that smoke comes through.
Oh, this is all just Izu trying to sell a fake. The overdrive is going to be popped. He won't be able to find anything for this, but quickly Secret are going to be able to assess that this is not the site that they had intended to strike.
Indeed. Too much to cover with the 5 players they've got.
Meanwhile, it's a very slow push. Ooh. Curveball at the ready. Meteor tucks around the corner of the molly, going to be layered in at his feet. Snaps back, and Nats will be able to have the headshot.
They
look. Though, yep. Little insert, DH, keeping himself alive, finds the enemy Cypher. Paranoia has the rest of Secret scattering back.
Somehow we're back to a 3-on-3.
DH finding a timing, looking for a little bit more. Buzz.
Last player standing.
Moving forward, as it now goes into a 1v1. Sylvan versus his old IGL, but his old IGL has him outdone. Munchkin there at Garage locks up a 7-5 half for T1.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he's looking down long there, because that would have been a very long rotate if he had gone all the way from the B site down to long.
My brain's not working today. Why did I said Munchkin? They weren't on that same team.
Doesn't matter. Don't you worry about that one.
I'm supposed to know these things.
Listen, if I've learned anything, no one cares what you say. It's just how you say it. And I think you say things pretty good. I don't know what you say sometimes, but it does sound good, and that's what matters.
Clearly, I don't know what I'm saying either. Either way, 7-5, T1.
Indeed. Wow, that sounded great. 7-5.
Advantageous position here at the half, but Secret can find that second-hand pistol, much like they did on Ascent.
I feel like we've been trying to sell this story all day long, you know. We've been trying to G up the underdog or the team that's at the deficit, and it just hasn't really come to pass. I mean, GE, same kind of story in those second and third maps of the first series, same story in the first map of this series as well, and it's just, I don't know, it's not coming together.
So, obviously, the elephant in the room.
Right.
Zeus.
Yes.
Hasn't been able to get a damn thing.
I don't love harping on about it, but it's impossible to not talk about.
But here, this is the angle I'm going for.
Okay.
It's not a doomer one. It's a good one.
Right.
They still managed to make this 7-5 from the defender's side.
True.
Without any impact from the Neon.
Right.
Aside from maybe some utility. So,
even that might be negligible.
If we can get anything at all from Zeus now that he moves over to this attack, Team Secret's still going to be in a decent spot.
I want to believe. You ever watch the X-Files?
Yeah.
I want to believe, right? I want to believe in Zeus. So, from an 0-10 scoreline, let's see what he can do.
Okay.
It was a good attempt.
I kind of botched it. Apologies. The voice is not in a great spot at the moment. Going through a recovery phase at the moment. Munchkin, though. Okay, scale forward. Will he be able to make that a 1-for-1?
Push coming through from T1, though. I mean, look at Meteor's position.
Yeah, watching for this. Reading it very well, but needs to get the catch. And Styrant, well, a shot to the shoulder. 4 more bullets to work with here for Meteor. Meanwhile, I mean, Styrant is just drawing attention, buying time.
Yes, indeed. He's buying a lot of time as well. He's just dancing around.
Dancing with them. Meanwhile, Nats, camera, situated to watch for this push down. It's just going to be tucked away in sewer. If he finds any value, then okay, Secret going to be very well poised for this.
How have they managed to swindle past these two? I mean, it's still going to be a problem.
Well, there's a pace forward, and Meteor took all the rest of his headhunter bullets. He finds that kill. Sylvan now dead. Kalias has fallen. The defuse is being stuck in Styron. I mean, he did so well to try to buy the time, but the rest of the team just couldn't hold the line.
That is crazy that T1 get those two players up long and essentially have a 4-on-2 retake on the A side. Yes, there was a peek at the back end there from one of the Team Secret players, but I think you've got to be a little bit more keen to take a fight there, or at least more keen to sort of try and slow them down, because in the end, what's the point of having that player around the backside? It is to either stop or delay the rotate. And you did kind of neither. You delayed it a little bit, but not enough. So T1 get away almost with the retake that they wanted to, even in spite of the fact that Team Secret have 2 players in unorthodox positions. So not ideal for Team Secret. We said they need that pistol.
Oh, boy. Well, I was going to say, information gained off that peek from Meteor. Izu able to find one full blind connecting on the DH, but it doesn't matter. Plus, he's got him covered. Meteor back out to the headhunter. Flawless round. Move on to the bonus.
Moving on. Moving on indeed. I don't think Team Secret are going to be liking to move on this quickly, but it is what it is. This is where it has to come together. You're starting to run out of options.
And see, now I'm thinking about when was the last time we had a player get 0 kills in a game.
Don't do it.
Because the last one that I can remember was Jimkin, but that was Ascension 2023.
Well, hopefully Zeus can avoid that. Nat's here to open the account onto DH.
Very cognizant of this pressure that's coming his way.
Yeah, Cage making a lot of noise.
And they're not cognizant of where he could have gone. They thought that he maybe just re-wrapped, joined in with the rest of the team. Meanwhile, they're Munchkin and Meteor gonna hold things down on this side. And okay, Kalias will be able to find that kill. Zeus hot on their heels, and Munchkin a little bit too trigger happy.
Ah, this could be big from Izu. He can deny the plan. Oh, there's no way. Such an open plan, and now T1 are back in control of this round.
I mean, it's already horrendous damage to Zelt. Munchkin locked in.
How is this happening? Team Secret are finding ways to lose out of nowhere.
Oh, Nats. I think if he played it quietly, he might have been able to have it, but now Munchkin all the wiser to it.
Yeah, another rough round for Team Secret, another round which probably by rights should have been theirs. They got into the site, they had the player advantage, or in fact a 2-player advantage, a 5-on-3. Zeus just goes sending into under balcony, and nobody really there to trade him down, and it starts to go from bad to worse from there. Spacing maybe needs a bit of a look in for Team Secret in that round. Team Secret not really troubling T1 today, and T1 not even really getting too excited about that round. It's just like a formality at this point, it would seem. Concerned face, obviously, on the coach. Spin here for Team Secret. And that's just rubbing salt into the wound, really.
And I think that one of the things that we might be seeing here is just you do get this young player, this prodigy, as the sign just said, comes out, very good starts, explosive performances, you know, in the off season, in between the stages.
Expectations everywhere.
Exactly. Starts to get amassed, all eyes on this guy to be the new hope.
Yes.
And I think that we're just kind of starting to see that pressure build up and compound. So it's about just alleviating that, letting him know that it's okay. We're allowed to fail.
Yes.
We can always bounce back. There are more games to be played. It's easier said than done.
Well, the way that I view this Team Secret roster is that it is the long play, right? This is not a team that you're expecting necessarily to come out and win this split, or maybe even make playoffs, for example. This is a team that's built for the future, and hopefully they need to get a little bit of that experience under their belt before we really raise the expectations too highly. But I think, you know, when you come in so hot, as Zeus did, then it is only natural that people expect big things, and sometimes that is going to be under-delivered on. And he'll know that, I'm sure, but can come back next week stronger.
Pretty much all of the team corralled and silent here. Meteor again, putting himself out on an island. His rendezvous just now getting ready to come off cooldown. Doesn't have a placement for it. So he is fully committed. So we'll just slide back over to relative safety. That, however, not a great rendezvous when there's a Neon on the other side. So unless you can kill Zeus first.
I don't think so.
Oh, it's going to be Sylvan instead. 3-peek. That's dead.
No, he's going to keep going.
Hunter, he's looking for more. Zeus is on the board.
Hey!
He's gotten one.
And it gets a cheer from the crowd as well. I think everyone was cognizant of what was going on there.
No one wants to see that happen. No one wants to see a guy go killless.
Exactly. Not really going to be enough to get...
Except you heathens in chat, I imagine.
I'm sure there's a few. It's not really going to be enough to get Team Secret back into this round, though. They still need to bust their way into A, and now you've got two players ready to defend. Buzz, easy.
And that should just be the rest of the cleanup. Buzz looking to run him down. Oh, don't you dare. Okay. I thought he was going to go for the knife. He at least had a shorty behind it. Is Kelly, yes.
Doesn't matter.
I mean, he's got to run it back online now.
I mean, gun's lost.
Don't think he had that before.
Ulti built, potentially. Maybe something there, but round is, of course, still going to go the way of T1. You're up 11-5, so in a commanding position. This was, again, almost hubris from Meteor to be sticking around after that first shot. Goes for the second as well, and then decides, you know what, I'm going to have a crack at a third. That's very much giving us the mentality of what T1 is thinking of this series right now.
나이스. 맛있어. 나 제우스 이렇게 줘버렸어.
So, last chance saloon now for Team Secret. Have to get it done here. Do get that 2 out of force pulled out by Meteor. Flash around the corner. Team Secret not messing around, trying to go quickly into B.
Oh, that running back is in a very forward position. And Meteor, I mean, he's just absolutely destroyed him.
There's a fast flank here as well coming through. Again, T1, they are just playing with so much confidence, and they really are disrespecting Team Secret in terms of how they're moving around the map. Munchkin will get in behind Nats. That's a freebie.
Enemy remaining.
Getting away with everything. Styron's now been spotted out as well. Does win that duel.
Okay.
Styron will now need the ace clutch to win this round and keep Team Secret alive.
Okay.
Buzz cheating forward. Meteor dialed in on the angle. Third for him. There's the shoulder spotting. I say third. Phoenix shut down. Basically counts. The T1, they move up to match point. 7 in a row is what it's going to take for Secret to try to push this. That third and final map.
We saw it yesterday at the back end.
Oh.
Can we see it again today? I'm not really getting the sense, but then I guess I would have said the same thing yesterday in that DFM Paper X game as well. Never say never until it's over and done with.
One hell of an uphill battle here. As Hunter's fearing off the rip, the dive forward into window. DH will find the one, but Nats holding his own for at least they kill. Izu going to be taken down, but Nats has now been found. The Hunter's Fury confirming the kill. Zeus backstab on the one. Molly at his feet, slides past that, but will fall.
Buzz is still lurking and looking for Kelly S. Can't find him.
He has been contained.
T1 really wanted to get it done. You could see that was an aggressive forward hold from them. They're very keen to close this out 13-5, and it seems as though they very well should. Maybe Kelly S can throw a spanner in the works. He's got 3 players that he needs to get past, and one of whom is Buzz, and one will be enough today. 13-5 secured. T1 claim the 2-0, and they recover their week somewhat.
How they do? It was a very off-kilter and unexpected loss against Feral, who played an incredible game, but here today, a T1 that certainly looks a lot.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change, but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life, just like another season. Not for them, just a time, just like another season. You came into my life, just like another season. Not for them, just a time, just like another season. The seasons turn and change just like your mind. Like the sun gives into the moon, into the night. Time continues marching, it slowly crawls. With each new one starting, I recall.